Chapter 566. Above the gray fog, Klein sat down and took out the Dark Emperor card that had fused with his spirit body. He instantly changed back to his original appearance. This is what it's called changing clothes with one click. As he lampooned himself, he recalled what had just happened. He was almost certain that the giant wearing the crown with a steeple was the king of the 5 seas, Nast. The 100-meter-long sailboat that could sail in the spirit world was the Dark Emperor, a ghost ship created by the ancient Solomon Empire. I always thought that a ghost ship was purely a ship that could sail on its own and wouldn't sink. It was closer to a strange creature's ship. I never expected that the most powerful and top-notch ghost ship would be able to turn itself incorporeal and roam the spirit world. That's almost equivalent to a demigod, right? As expected of the most famous Dark Emperor of the 5 seas. I can't eliminate the possibility that a traveler was sacrificed alive during the manufacturing process. One of the most famous treasures, the ship that carries the last legacy of the Tuluan Sostal Empire, the Spectre Empire, has a similar ability, which is why it can't be found. Klein's thoughts drifted away bit by bit. He didn't immediately think about the reason why he had suddenly encountered the king of the 5 seas, Nast. It was a very obvious matter, the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence. Although the Dark Emperor card didn't contain any Beyonder characteristics, it was unknown what Roselle had added or engraved upon it during the manufacturing process. It allowed the wielder to use the card of blasphemy to form a subtle connection with the Beyonder ingredients they needed after advancing to a high-sequence Beyonder. Such a connection was undoubtedly mutual. When it was sensed by others, it would naturally be sensed by others. And before the wielder stepped onto the demigod step, it would manifest as fate unknowingly approaching them. This was something Klein deeply understood. He had always suspected that the existence of the gray fog would cause Beyonders or supernatural events to gather around him. Bringing the Dark Emperor card to roam the spirit world makes it easier for similar situations to occur than using it in the real world. This is because the real world has to abide by many rules. Even if there's the pull of fate, it has to follow logic and unfold bit by bit. Isn't it like when I use the Dark Emperor card in Bakeland, King of the 5 Seas Nast will immediately appear in front of me on a specter ship. Even if he can sense the pull, he has to go through the process of confirming his location and traversing the spirit world. Hours or even days will pass. If he can't sense it, he will naturally think of sailing towards the Sonia Sea and approach the borders of the Lone Kingdom. In that case, he might not encounter it even after months or years. Being in the spirit world, matters are simple. There's no differentiation of distance here. The location and distance are all very chaotic. King of the 5 Seas Nast might have only wanted to go for a ride in the spirit world, but he ended up seeing me passing by the moment he entered. This doesn't need to abide by the restrictions and limitations of the real world. Klein thoughtfully tapped the edge of the long mottled table. In addition, he was very certain of one thing. He couldn't help but throw himself towards the Dark Emperor and King of the 5 Seas Nast not because of the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics. This effect was reflected in fate, perception, and desire. It wasn't that exaggerated, otherwise there wouldn't be any high-sequence Beyonders. All of them would be involuntarily sucked in by the uniqueness of their pathway. Klein could sense that it was a Beyonder power. It distorted and strengthened his intentions of moving forward, making it impossible for him to stop. This is a very simple judgment. Back then, even if I threw out the Dark Emperor card, I wouldn't be able to stop. This is a Beyonder power grasped by a lawyer, which is also a Beyonder power of the Dark Emperor pathway. Klein leaned back in his chair and decided not to use the Dark Emperor card for the time being. This also meant that he was unable to roam the spirit world in search of a messenger. If he didn't bring the Dark Emperor card and used his true form to appear in the spirit world with the Sea God Scepter, a place filled with all kinds of information and revelations, he would definitely leave behind many clues. There was a possibility that he could be divined at any time. In terms of anti-divination and anti-prophecy, Aztec's copper whistle was incomparable to the Dark Emperor card. If I were to really do that, I might run into 10 people who know that I have the sea god's scepter when I go to a bar to buy a beer. Of course, what does it have to do with me, German Sparrow, if it's Klein Moretti? Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. He decided to hold a ritual to obtain a messenger for emergencies and find a more suitable one in the future. After covering the Dark Emperor card, his figure disappeared into the mysterious space above the gray fog. Early in the morning, Byam, Alger prepared to take a carriage out of the city and take a detour to the private harbor behind the cliff. His blue Avenger was docked there, waiting to set sail. As a disguised pirate captain, it was impossible for him to directly dock his ship at the main port of the City of Generosity. That would indicate that he had close ties with the authorities. It was the same for other pirates. Before coming to Byam to sell their loot or enjoy themselves, they had to consider where they would dock. They would either go to a small port in the surrounding waters or a private harbor controlled by someone with a deep background or the resistance. Finally, there aren't any missions. I can leave the harbor. I'll first get a mystical item that can increase my strength and settle my account. Then, I'll head to the primitive island and hunt blue shadow falcons to advance to Sequence 6 as soon as possible. Just as Alger was about to walk to a rental carriage, he was surprised to see a familiar figure. The former pirate merchant, Ralph, got off the carriage with a ruddy face and looked at the Governor-General's office not far away. He was abnormally excited. What's wrong with him? Puzzled, Alger took the initiative to go over and greet him. From his point of view, in a certain sense, Ralph was considered a colleague of his, a subordinate of Mr. Fool. It's just that one of them is a corps member, while the other belongs to a peripheral organization. Alger calmly confirmed their identities and locations. What happened to make you happy? Alger took the initiative to ask after chatting about the weather. Ralph laughed and squinted his eyes. Would you believe me if I said that I felt blessed by God? I believe, Alger answered in his heart without hesitation. He suppressed his curiosity and asked, What are you doing here? Ralph was about to reply when his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked around, and after confirming that no one was around, he said in a low voice, Didn't you say that you also believe in God? Back then, in order to deal with him, Alger had lied that he had a certain level of faith in sea God. After all, this was a rather common thing among pirates and wouldn't arouse suspicion. At sea, the terrifying weather was often more terrifying than the enemy. Therefore, most pirates, adventurers, crew members, and sailors had great respect for deities who controlled similar domains. They would more or less believe in them. Of course. This time, Alger's answer was firmer than ever before. This was because he knew that the sea god he believed in was the embodiment of Mr. Fool. Ralph nodded in satisfaction and revealed a smile. He whispered, I received a revelation yesterday. God wants me to help his young lambs. I plan on establishing a charity fund for this. This is God's will. As his believer, I believe you will be happy to provide some help. He reached out his right hand and waited for the donation. Alger's expression stiffened, momentarily at a loss for a response. Although his current wealth had reached £3,245, he was preparing to buy a mystical item. His overall situation wasn't that good. Of course, he could still donate quite a bit if he scrimped a little. If Sea God was still cavituous, Alger, who claimed to be a believer, wouldn't hesitate to find an excuse to shirk the responsibility. But now, he had to seriously consider Mr. Fool's far-reaching intentions. Noticing Alger's reaction, Ralph's eyes darted around slightly. We want to help those who suffer unnecessary discrimination because of their bloodline. They lead difficult lives and see little hope. There are pure natives and mixed-blood children. Alger fell silent for a few seconds before taking out a stack of cash. Here's £100. Ralph took it and smiled. Your kindness will definitely be rewarded. God will protect you. Inside a warehouse with a slanted door that covered the entrance, Klein had prepared the ritual to summon a spirit world creature. The surroundings were filled with the hallucinogenic fragrance of herbs and essential oils. He was worried that an accident would happen in the hotel, one that wouldn't put him in any danger but would endanger the other guests. Therefore, he went to the abandoned warehouse where he had previously sacrificed to Cavituous. As for Donna's, his bounty had been raised to £5,500. He had taken the initiative to stay behind in the suite and monitor the radio transceiver. Next is to light the candle that symbolizes me and use a proven incantation to summon a suitable spirit world creature as a messenger. Daily Simone's 3-paragraph description and the more incantations provided by Mr. Aztec flowed through Klein's mind. When summoning a creature from the spirit world, the first sentence had to include descriptions such as wandering in the unfounded or roaming the upper realm. Only then could it point to the spirit world. The suffix had to specify whether the summoned creature was a spirit body or a creature with a certain level of flesh and blood. The second and third sentences were more precise descriptions of the target, but due to the format's limitations, there was no way to use more words to confirm it. Therefore, it was difficult for the ritual caster to predict or divine what would be summoned in the end. Under such circumstances, using the incantations that had been verified by others would be a lot less risky. After the contract was signed, the third sentence could be changed to someone's messenger or someone's contract partner. Then, the 3-paragraph description could accurately summon the corresponding messenger. My messenger has to run very fast. Otherwise, it might be killed by some malicious spirit world creature at any time, causing the important letter to be lost. Klein's thoughts raced as he came up with a firm idea. He took a step back and said in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name, a spirit that wanders the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a speedster that surpasses all imagination. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, dyeing the candle a dark green. The surroundings turned cold. Klein saw a blurry figure rush out, so fast that he couldn't see it clearly. Then, he couldn't find that fellow anymore. P.S. Can't update in advance at midnight. Tomorrow is still the normal time. Seeking monthly vote. Seeking Monday's recommendation tickets, please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 567. That's way too fast. Could it have already circled the planet several times? Or has it been in the same spot all this while, but its speed is so fast that I can't keep up with it? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he decided to wait a few seconds to see if the unimaginably speedy one would appear again. He wasn't worried that the summoned spirit world creature would harm the innocent, because one of the descriptions was that it was a friendly creature. Besides, as long as he forcefully ended the summoning and stopped the ritual, no matter where the unimaginably speedy one went, it would immediately be sent back to the spirit world. A few seconds later, Klein, who didn't receive anything, took a deep breath and said in ancient Hermes, "That's right. I end this summoning in my name." The surrounding coldness instantly vanished as the swirling cold wind gradually calmed down. The candle's flame returned to its normal color. Klein took a few steps forward and extinguished the candle. He planned on changing the last sentence of the description to make a second attempt. As for the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be commanded, he didn't plan on changing it. The first sentence pointed to the spirit world, so it could only be used as a synonym replacement. It didn't matter if he changed it or not. The second sentence was a prerequisite for Klein to ensure his own safety. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a joke but a horror story. There's no need to use unimaginably speedy one, but the rest might not satisfy my needs. Perhaps I can change my train of thought. The messenger doesn't have to be that fast. It just needs to be normal. There are other ways to ensure my safety. I just need to make those with ill intentions ignore it and ignore it. I'll try a spirit world creature that doesn't have a strong presence. Klein deliberated for 2 to 3 minutes before holding another ritual. After doing the preparatory work, he chanted a new incantation. I summon in my name. Spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be commanded, a weak existence that is easily overlooked. The warehouse immediately became abnormally silent. There was no wind or coldness in the wall of spirituality. Even the color of the candle flame didn't change. Klein patiently waited and watched, hoping to obtain a good messenger. After about 10 seconds, he sighed and surveyed the area. There's nothing. The description didn't work this time. He didn't wait any longer and followed the procedure to end the summoning and extinguish the candle. What made him slightly puzzled was that the flame of the candle swayed a few times in the end. Did I overlook something? Klein frowned, but soon relaxed and threw the matter to the back of his mind. He reconsidered the question of how to modify the description, still focusing on the third sentence. If the messenger is especially good at taking a beating and has strong survivability, that's fine too. No matter what, a messenger that can deliver the letter to the target is a good messenger. Klein pondered for a moment and held the summoning ritual for the third time. In the fragrance of herbs and essential oils, under the illumination of the dim candlelight, the shadows on his face floated, and his mouth opened and closed. Me. I summon in my name. A spirit that wanders about the fabricated, a friendly creature that can be controlled, and a superhuman with great survival abilities. The flame of the candle stretched out, illuminating the altar bright and crimson. In Klein's spirit vision, white bones drilled out of the ground and stacked together, turning into a creature that resembled a safe. I've finally summoned something that I can see. Furthermore, it's the kind that has great survivability. It looks like a safe. It's obvious that it's good at taking a beating. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and spoke in ancient Hermes. Are you willing to be my messenger? The skeletal creature that resembled a box quickly expressed its willingness. Then, it wriggled the bones beneath it and crawled towards Klein. It was very, very slow. It took 10 seconds to crawl a centimeter. That's way too slow. Klein's smile froze on his face. Although messengers completed their missions by traversing the spirit world, it didn't mean that they didn't need speed. In the spirit world, distance and direction were chaotic. The most important thing was to locate one's location and find one. As long as an accurate, clear, and real-time location was provided, such as the summoning ritual from before, or the blowing of the copper whistle, which was equivalent to a simplified ritual, the messenger would immediately appear in the altar no matter where in the spirit world they were. And when the location wasn't that real-time, with only a contractual connection or an anchor point from before, the messenger would need to spend time identifying the location, roaming the spirit world, and searching for a target. This required a certain level of speed. If it were to deliver a letter, the recipient might not even be able to wait for the letter in their lifetime. Klein looked at the skeletal creature that was slowly crawling forward and thought helplessly. He made the smile from before surface on his face again. After serious consideration, I believe that I shouldn't trouble you. Thank you for your willingness. The illusory creature made of white bones stopped. Compared to before, it was as though it hadn't moved at all. Klein quickly dispelled the summoning and rubbed his temples. He was a little depressed and decided to give up on himself. He would use a less troublesome method to find a messenger, which was to open recruitment and interview selection. Taking a deep breath, Klein calmed his mind and seriously carried out the ritual. Looking at the silently burning candle flame, he took a step back. In my name, I summon. A spirit that wanders the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a unique existence that is willing to become my messenger. Whoosh! Inside the wall of spirituality, the sound of the wind intensified. Klein's half-top hat nearly flew into the air. The candle flame swayed and expanded to the size of a human head. It was so pale that it seemed to have lost its temperature. A translucent head slowly drilled out as though it had broken through a membrane. Its hair was pale gold and smooth, and its eyes were scarlet like blood. It looked bright and imposing. "It looks a little familiar," Klein muttered silently. The head completely drilled out, but what followed wasn't a neck, but an illusory palm that was pinching the end of her hair. Behind the palm was a dark cuff with complicated patterns. The summoned spirit world creature drilled out faster and faster, and soon it appeared in front of Klein. It was indeed a familiar person. It was the headless woman standing at the top of the castle that Klein had encountered on his way to the underwater ruins in Cavituous. She was no longer as huge as before, comparable to a castle. She was now just a tall, ordinary lady. Of course, her neck still only had an incision, and she was holding 4 identical heads in her hand. "Are you summoning me?" The headless woman in a dark and complicated black dress stood there quietly. Her 4 drooping heads spoke one after another in ancient Fasak. To be able to communicate directly in language. This spirit world creature's level isn't low. "I remember that you have a castle. You already have an estate. Why are you still applying for a messenger?" Klein sighed before he lampooned. Following that, he looked at the candle flame behind the headless woman and was disappointed to discover that no other souls came out. He originally imagined that there would be many spirit world creatures willing to become his messenger. They would line up and wait for the interview. In the end, there was only one response. It should be a problem with the ritual itself. This is a relatively simple and basic summoning ritual. It's impossible to summon more than one target at a time. Klein looked at the headless woman and nodded solemnly. "Yes." Without waiting for her to speak, he asked another 2 questions. "Can you roam the spirit realm at a relatively fast speed? How's your survivability?" The heads in the headless woman's hand answered one by one. "Yes, and not bad." As she spoke, she floated up and quickly descended, demonstrating her ability. Phew. Klein decided not to try something he didn't know the outcome of. "Are you willing to sign a contract and become my messenger?" The headless woman's skirt moved slightly, and her 4 heads with blonde hair and red eyes nodded at the same time. "Sure, 1 gold coin per time." "Huh? 1 gold coin per letter?" Mr. Aztec didn't say that spirit world creatures had such hobbies. Right? He mentioned that when signing a contract, we should try to persuade and communicate as much as possible. Is this a form of persuasion and communication? Klein was shocked and wanted to cancel the summoning immediately. "Wait, I don't have to pay for it. Whoever summons the messenger will have to pay." "Heh, maybe if we communicate well, there's an option to pay on arrival." As his thoughts raced, Klein agreed to the other party's request. "All right. Let's sign the contract." He picked up a dark red fountain pen and yellowish-brown goatskin parchment that he had prepared beforehand and quickly wrote the contract in ancient Hermes, which could stir the powers of nature. The format and terms were described in detail in Aztec's letter. It was concise and powerful, and it included that the messenger could not read the letter, abandon the letter, or endanger the contractor's life. Of course, if the contractor's letter involved the messenger, it had to be explained to the other party in advance. In addition to these terms, Klein also added a clause of 1 gold coin per letter. He also clearly stated that it could be borne by the contractor or the other party of the letter. To ensure the validity of the contract, the last part was the honorific name of the deity in the domain. This was a dead soul contract. Normally, the honorific name of death had to be used, but this death had been dead for a long time and no longer responded. Therefore, Aztec mentioned that it could be replaced with the description of a high-level undead or the underworld itself, but the binding force would not be as strong. Without a doubt, Klein chose the underworld, which had a close relationship with the big shot. The home of all death, the hell hidden deep in the spirit world, the witness of the decay of all things, the kingdom that belongs solely to death. After writing these 4 sentences, the ancient Hermes' words on the yellowish-brown goatskin ignited with green flames one after another, illuminating the surroundings in a gloomy and eerie manner. After finishing the text, Klein took out Aztec's copper whistle, pressed it on the goatskin, and wrote his current name. German Sparrow. This didn't necessarily require a real name, because his aura would enter the contract. The name was only used for summoning. In other words, messenger that belongs solely to German Sparrow could be summoned, but Klein Moretti's contracted creature couldn't. After Klein finished signing, the goatskin floated up and flew to the headless woman with Aztec's copper whistle and dark red fountain pen. The headless woman held a blonde, red-eyed head in her hand. She bit the fountain pen and wrote her name. Rionette Tinker. The green flames quickly connected and enveloped Aztec's copper whistle and the yellowish-brown goatskin. A few seconds later, the goatskin turned to ashes, and the copper whistle landed in Klein's outstretched palm without any changes. The 4 heads held by the headless woman, Rionette, blinked their eyes at the same time as their figures rapidly turned illusory, shrinking back into the pale candlelight. After forming the contract, Klein didn't need to use the incantation to remove the summoning. He could do it with his own will. Phew, I finally have a messenger. A spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a messenger that belongs solely to German Sparrow. If I have the chance, I should find an artisan to make an item similar to the copper whistle. That way, I won't have to hold a ritual every time I summon a messenger. Klein cleaned up the mess in a good mood. Over the next few days, Byam gradually returned to normal, but Donis still didn't receive any telegrams from the Admiral of Blood Pirates. On Sunday morning, he flipped through the newspapers and suddenly whispered to Klein, "There's a Beyonder gathering tonight. There's a Beyonder gathering tonight. Do you want to join? P.S. Monday is the end of the month. Seeking monthly recommendation vote." Chapter 568. A Beyonder gathering? Klein thought for a moment before nodding in response. Sure. The gathering of supplementary ingredients for the Nimblewright Master Potion should be brought forward. I can also see if I can meet a superior artisan. He subconsciously began making arrangements in his mind. Seeing German Sparrow agree, Donis secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he couldn't help but smile. Over the past few days, his bounty had increased greatly, and he, who was tasked with the important task of eavesdropping, hadn't gone out. He stayed in his hotel suite obediently, feeling so stifled that he yearned for nightfall to come immediately. The Beyonder gathering that Donis mentioned was held at the Amiris Leaf Bar. There were many pirates, informants, and adventurers active here, making it the best choice for gathering intelligence and purchasing supplies. Klein wore a black coat and a silk top hat as he followed Donis through the crowded bar's lobby and entered a card room. Under the watchful eyes of a few guards, he gave the agreed signal and walked down a hidden staircase to a spacious underground area. Just like Tingen City's Evil Dragon Bar, there was an underground market that sold herbs, essential oils, ancient books, charms, and all kinds of common mysticism materials. However, the difference was that there were all kinds of guns and ammunition for sale. Klein even discovered antique firearms and lead bullet. There are also fake identification documents and fake seals, as expected of an overseas colony. Such industries are much more developed than Tingen. I'll buy a batch of materials later and use them to make charms in the sea god domain. There's always a discount if there's a large quantity. Klein turned his head slightly to take in the situation in the underground area. Beside him, Donis had already begun to have doubts about his disguise skills. He deliberately wore a cap and lowered it to cover half his face. At that moment, he skillfully led Klein to the other end of the underground market and knocked on the tightly shut door with 2 long knocks and 4 short knocks. There was only one candle behind the door. It flickered on the lamp rack on the side wall, scattering a dim yellow light that barely illuminated the small room. Donnaz pointed at the robes and masks that were either hanging or placed on the table and said to Klein, "You can decide what disguise you want here. It's up to you to decide what kind of disguise you want here. You can also choose not to do it." Klein looked around and swept his gaze over the guards in the room. "I don't need it. I'm now an informant of the kingdom's military, and the Church of the Storm also knows this identity. There's nothing to be afraid of. If pirates and adventurers have malicious intentions and try to attack me because I'm not disguised, hee." Klein suddenly imagined the scene of bounties flying toward him one by one. Donnaz curled his lips covertly, picked up the black iron mask, and put it on his face. Then, under the guidance of the guard, he and Klein passed through a dark corridor and entered another room. The decorations here were quite luxurious. The floor was covered with a thick carpet from the southern continent, and there were lamps on the walls that flickered with golden splendor. The fresh-smelling candles filled the air with layers of light. Klein swept his gaze around, and without needing Donna's help, he found a brown leather sofa and sat down. He leaned back and crossed his right leg. There were already more than 20 people gathered here. There were men and women, some wearing hooded robes, and others who revealed their true faces. According to Donna's description in the morning, not everyone participating in this gathering was a Beyonder. There were also representatives of certain factions, adventurers, pirates, and mysticism enthusiasts who wanted to become Beyonders. Time passed rather slowly in the quiet atmosphere. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the elder sitting on the reclining chair straightened his back, clasped his hands, and chuckled. "Everyone, let's begin." As he was old, his white hair was sparse, leaving only a thin layer. However, his light brown eyes weren't turbid, but bright and sharp. The gathering's organizer is Strongman Ozil, a former famous pirate, and now the boss behind the Amiris Leaf Bar. Donnaz turned his body slightly, lowered his voice, and introduced him to Klein. In fact, he had already mentioned it in the morning, but he was afraid that German Sparrow wouldn't be able to match it and would vent his anger on him. "It's a sad thing to have a secret known by others." Donnaz sighed inwardly. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he silently watched the transactions of others. There were potion formulas for warrior, sailor, and mystery prior, but no one bought them. The sellers, who were filled with anticipation, were disappointed again and again. Donnaz glanced at German Sparrow's expressionless face, leaned over, and introduced in a low voice, "There are no notaries or powerful fortune-tellers at this gathering. This gathering doesn't have a notary or a powerful fortune-teller. There's no way to guarantee the authenticity of the potion formula. It's too easy to fake something like this, and even if someone recognizes that the formula is fake, there's no way to punish the seller because he might be a victim. I know. This is one of the reasons why potion formulas aren't widely circulated." Klein put down his right leg, leaned forward slightly, and said in a voice that was neither loud nor soft, "I need the remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith. I need the remnant spirituality of an ancient vengeful spirit." He didn't mention the 6-winged gargoyle's eyes or the Sonia Golden Springs water, as well as other supplementary ingredients. He was worried that others would guess that he was a faceless and was preparing to advance to Nimblewright Master. Back in Tingen, Klein had relied on the combination of supplementary ingredients to confirm that Daxter Guderian was a quasi-spectator. From there, he figured out his identity as a member of the psychological alchemy. It was impossible to infer more about the remnant spirituality of an ancient vengeful spirit because it was used in many necromancy rituals. Although Klein didn't disguise himself, he was still cautious. The room was silent for 2 seconds before a slightly hoarse voice sounded. "How much do you need? Really?" Klein controlled his expression and did not let his joy show. He turned his head to look at the person who spoke and found that it was a man in his 30s with obvious local blood. The other party's skin was bronze, but there was a kind of dullness that came from long-term malnutrition or lack of sunlight. His face was thin, his cheekbones protruded, and his eyes were sunken, more white than black. A small bottle. Klein took out a small metal bottle as an example. The thin and gloomy man fell silent for a moment. £500. That's reasonable. Klein originally wanted to bargain, but he caught sight of Donna's from the corner of his eye. I'm German Sparrow, a cold and crazy adventurer. Klein repeated this sentence 3 times in his heart. He took a deep breath and calmly nodded. All right. He took out the thick stack of cash he had prepared beforehand and counted out a huge sum of £500. The man with a shocking amount of white took out a glass test tube from his pocket and threw it at Klein. After a year, the spirituality will be completely drained. He wasn't afraid that the other party wouldn't be able to catch it, because even if it broke, it wouldn't affect the material itself. It was just a matter of changing the container. Klein raised his right hand and accurately grabbed the glass test tube. He saw a phosphorescent light floating inside, and when they touched the inner wall of the glass, they would strangely expand, turning into a blurry face that opened its mouth and screamed soundlessly. It's true. Klein nodded to himself and handed the thick stack of £500 to the attendant who approached him for him to transfer to the seller. The transactions continued. Most of them failed, and only a few succeeded. Towards the end, the person who convened the gathering, Strongman Oziel, laughed. I have a commission. As he spoke, he pulled out a photo from the inside pocket of his shirt. Find the person up there. The reward is £1,000 or common beyonder ingredients of equal value. Remember, don't hurt her. £1,000? This would drive most adventurers crazy. I wonder who they're looking for to actually offer such a high reward. Klein wasn't surprised to see that everyone present was willing to give it a try. The photo began to be passed in a counterclockwise manner, and a few minutes later, it arrived in Klein's hands. He casually scanned it and suddenly felt a little surprised. The woman in the photo was rather beautiful. She had a head of bright red hair and a pair of emerald green eyes. Her skin wasn't fair, but it gave off a healthy vibe. In the photo, she was wearing a lake-colored dress. Her waist was tightened with a flower ribbon, making her appear abnormally slender. She looked like she was smiling, but she didn't look happy. It looked very awkward. A girl from a good family. Who would spend £1,000 to find her? Furthermore, the condition is not to hurt her. A photo of her forcing a smile. Many love and hate stories flashed through Klein's mind. Stories about a tyrannical pirate falling in love with a wealthy merchant's daughter and abducting her to his ship, only for her to escape in the end. Stories about an impoverished noble lady becoming a pirate and accidentally being captured. She ended up having a sinful love affair with the mandated punishers and an upper-class military man, using this to escape her predicament and escape her cage. Stories about a newly minted demoness accidentally incurring a debt of love while giving pleasure. As such thoughts surged through his mind, Klein nearly raised his hand to cover his face. I've seen too much in my previous world. He sighed inwardly, looked up, and said to Oziel, the convener of the gathering. What's her name? Elaine, Oziel replied simply. But she must have used a fake name. Elaine, a typical female name for Intis. Klein asked again, are there any items that she often wears? Hair is fine too. This was a medium used for divination. Klein didn't mention that the clothes he had worn recently and hadn't been washed would also meet the requirements. He was afraid that the employer behind the scenes would throw him a set of women's underwear, which would be more embarrassing. Oziel shook his head. No. She has a very strong anti-tracking ability. How strong is she? Another gathering participant asked. Oziel said solemnly, the employer didn't give a detailed description. He only said that she's not too powerful, but she's stronger than a sequence 9. You don't need to capture her. All you need to do is determine her whereabouts, and you will be paid. P.S. Requesting for monthly votes and recommendation votes in the last few hours of 2018. Yes, the voting for the most popular character of the year will end in a few hours. Regardless of what happens in the end, we've maintained first place for so long. It's something to be happy about. I'll add an update in the wee hours to thank everyone. Chapter 569. As long as I can confirm her whereabouts, I'll be able to get £1,000. This is the first time I've encountered such a request. On the road outside the Amiris Leaf Bar, Donnas rubbed his hands in excitement. He clenched his fists and punched the iron-black gas lamp post that was as tall as a person, as though he wished to immediately wander the city and find the red-haired woman named Elaine. To him, £1,000 wasn't a small sum. It was enough for him to add another house to his property in Byam, just that it wouldn't be in the most prosperous and valuable street. The elven flying carpet he had previously obtained was estimated to be worth about £2,000 to £3,000, and this was the reward he had obtained from fighting dangerous fellows like Steel Mavady and Blood Brambles Hendry. It was incomparable to the easy and simple search mission. Klein, who was walking in front, held a bundle of charms wrapped in newspapers that cost him a total of £15. He slowed down his pace slightly and swept a glance at Danitz before saying without any expression, "That's right. £5,500. Donna's excitement immediately froze on his face. Only then did he recall an important problem. In the eyes of other pirates and adventurers, he was as alluring as the red-haired Elaine. There was no need for others to fight him. After recognizing him, they could directly report him to the military, the church, or the police. That way, they could obtain a bounty of more than £1,000. After all, he was already a pirate with a net worth of £5,500. Him searching for the red-haired Elaine was equivalent to a graceful and beautiful lady entering the Red Theatre for entertainment. St. Donnas spat out the word with a hideous expression. He dragged out the middle of his sentence. At the same time, he automatically raised his hand to tug at his cap, making it lower in front of him. Having poured a bucket of cold water on Donnas, Klein resumed his normal walking speed, as he considered the problem of finding the red-haired Elaine. The lack of a medium and the necessary information made it difficult for him to use divination. All he could do was consider other methods. Mobilize my subordinates and conduct a city-wide search? This is something that only the church, the military, and the police can do. Even the local gangs can't do it. Wait, I think I can do it too. I'm now See God Cavituous. My believers are all over Byam and Blue Mountain Island. If I make a broadcast, no, a revelation to all my believers, I'll be able to get them to help me search for red-haired Elaine. But wouldn't that make me seem too lacking in status? To do such a thing for £1,000, even God wanted to save face. If I were the real sea god, I wouldn't care about this, but I'm acting as Cavituous. I have to maintain the dignity of a god. When Cavituous was on the verge of collapse and urgently needed to find Letitia and her subordinates, it didn't make an oracle broadcast. It only gave orders to some of the middle and high-level believers. I can change its commandments, which can be regarded as part of reconstructing its image, but it can't appear too low-end. Yes, this should also be a requirement for true acting. Just giving Colott, Edmonton, and the others an oracle will make it difficult to quickly organize an investigation. Furthermore, they will definitely magnify the severity of the problem and blow up the matter. It won't be easy to deal with the subsequent matters. There's another way. I'll throw the radio transceiver above the gray fog again. In a few days, I'll attempt to contact the magic mirror, a Rhodes, and ask about red-haired Elaine's whereabouts. I have to be careful. I have to make preparations in advance and use divination to confirm it. I can't receive any strange telegrams from the true creator or the primordial demoness. Even a glance would likely make me go mad. Klein quickly came up with an idea and boarded a rental carriage that was parked at the end of the street. Donnas pressed down on his cap and followed closely behind. After returning to the Wind of Azure Inn, Klein took off his hat and coat as he said to Donnas, "If your captain sends you a dream, ask her about red-haired Elaine. If your captain sends you a dream, Ask her about red-haired Elaine. She probably doesn't know. Otherwise, there's no way I wouldn't know this red-haired Elaine. Donnez chuckled. I wonder who's looking for her. They're actually willing to pay £1,000. His thoughts wandered as he recalled a love story that was comparable to that of Roselle the Great. Klein glanced at him and casually mentioned, That's right. I'll monitor it tonight. You're eavesdropping? Donnez snapped out of his daze, suspecting that he had misheard. Yes. Klein nodded. German Sparrow saw that I was too tired? Although this fellow is a little crazy, he's essentially a good person. Back at Bancy Harbor, he actually decided to risk his life to save someone for some reason that wasn't really a reason. Donnez sighed inwardly. Holding the radio transceiver and the corresponding items, Klein entered his bedroom, locked the door, and used a sacrificial ritual to throw them above the gray fog. After doing all of this, he wasn't in a hurry to leave the towering palace. He beckoned for the sea god's scepter to fly out from the junk pile and browsed through the different prayers made by different people, accumulating the experience of 1,000 faces. During this process, he would respond from time to time, like a child who still had a great sense of novelty in his toys. Just as Klein's browsing was coming to an end, a rippling halo of light suddenly appeared beside the fool's chair. Someone is praying to me, to the fool, and not to see God. Klein pricked up his eyebrows, emanated his spirituality, and browsed through the scene contained within the halo. And Matt Harbor, in a room with tightly closed curtains. Dressed in a black classic robe, Ed Sheeran resisted the impulse in his heart and said to the young and sweet girl, Denise, in front of him, The gift of the deities is within us, but to obtain it, we must have a teacher to guide us. Your soul is pure and beloved by the deities. I will personally guide you. During this process, no matter what happens, you must believe in me and listen to me. Before that, do you have any questions? Ed Sheeran was a swindler. He was best at establishing cults to cheat people of their money and sex. Then, he would decisively escape before he was noticed by the police. This time, he came from Bakeland and disguised himself as the blessed of the fool that many gang members in the capital were looking for. He had initially developed a group of believers among the target group. He lied that the fool was the incarnation of the Lord of Storms and would descend to save his believers during the apocalypse. This was a secret that couldn't be widely publicized and could only be spread in secret. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of the other deities of the other churches. Only those who were selected could believe in the fool in advance and be the first batch to be saved. In order to make himself more convincing, he spent a lot of money in Bakeland to buy a piece of paper with the fool's honorific name written on it. His evaluation of the contents of the paper was, "It looks just like the real thing." Denise asked with some fear and anticipation, "Lord blessed, why didn't we get a response when we chanted the honorific name of God? Aren't we the ones chosen to bask in God's grace? I'll give you God's grace right away." Ed Sheeran took a deep breath and suppressed the charming scene in his mind. "There are two reasons. One is that you haven't unearthed the gift of God hidden in your body. I'll help you complete it later. The second reason is that you're not pious enough. Don't try to defend yourself. I can see through your mind. When you've done all this, you'll be able to chant the honorific name of the true God and receive a response, just like me." Under Denise's admiring and curious gaze, Ed Sheeran picked up a pen on the table next to him and wrote a line of words. It was Hermes used for sacrificial rituals. In order to make the scam succeed, Ed Sheeran had mastered a lot of religious knowledge and even went to the university to eavesdrop on the history and archaeology courses. He held the paper and proudly read out the Hermes he had just written in front of Denise. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Then, Ed Sheeran half closed his eyes, opened his arms and said dreamily, "I feel the favor of God." At this moment, a bolt of silver-white lightning descended from the sky and struck Ed Sheeran's head. With a sizzling sound, tiny electric snakes scurried around his body, and he fell to the ground under God's grace. The surface of his body was quickly scorched black, and his muscles twitched violently. A few seconds later, he stopped all his movements, including his breathing, amidst Denise's exclamation of "Lord Ed Sheeran is indeed God's beloved." Denise finally sensed that something was wrong. She carefully stepped forward, lifted her skirt, squatted down, and placed her finger on the tip of Ed Sheeran's nose. He's dead. He's dead. Denise jerked back and fell to the ground in horror. She was so frightened that she cried and stumbled out of the room, heading straight for the nearby police station. Above the gray fog, Klein silently withdrew the sea god's scepter. "How dare you use my name to defraud property and defile women?" The corner of his mouth twitched, and he wished he could give that guy named Ed Sheeran another bolt of lightning. "This is called whipping a corpse. That girl will probably call the police, right? This kind of case will inevitably be transferred to the corresponding Beyonder team. I wonder if it will be the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind. After what Mr. A did, my reputation as the fool isn't small in Bakeland. Perhaps I already have a file in the official organization. They might gather all the situations and hand them over to the Red Gloves or a team similar to the Red Gloves to deal with them." Klein thought about the possible future developments with his former identity and knowledge as a Nighthawk. However, he quickly put the matter to the back of his mind, because he couldn't be traced back to him no matter what. Klein threw the sea god's scepter back into the junk pile and prepared to return to the real world. Suddenly, one of the crimson stars floating quietly in the endless gray fog suddenly lit up, emitting a watery light. It expanded and contracted, contracting and expanding, and was abnormally conspicuous. And this was a crimson star that didn't belong to any member of the tarot. It's really a busy day. Who could it be? Like Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, and Little Sun, people who rely on certain items to form a connection with the gray fog? Klein spread out his spirituality thoughtfully, but he didn't respond and only browsed. P.S. First update, seeking monthly votes, please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 570. 2018 has passed. Let me make a simple conclusion. For an author, the happiest and most satisfying thing is that I still have the confidence and passion to create better works. I can also find flaws in my writing and come up with some good solutions. For example, I used to be best at repetitive outbursts, and I was good at writing climaxes. However, Mysteries did not use such a writing style. Firstly, it was due to self-restraint. Secondly, it was due to the limitations of my own worldview. Emotions that are too explosive are relatively incompatible. Therefore, I hope that in my next work after Mysteries, I can find a good way to combine repetitive outbursts and calm and objective layout. Mysteries was uploaded in April. It has been 9 months since then, and I have written a total of 798 million words. Let's round it up to 200,000 words per month. It's not a lot, but it's stable and steady. I'm not a quick-witted author, and I'm not as young and active as I was a few years ago. I need a lot of time to think about each chapter. I often get stuck writing 2 chapters every day, and I don't have time to rest or read. It's even more difficult for me to write 3 chapters. Plus, I'm also working out, so I can only update very little. In such a situation, the first thing I wanted to ensure was the quality of the book. Everyone gathered here because the book was good, not the other way around. Before I started writing the book, I talked to some of my friends about wanting to write a fantasy story with a bit of British flavor. Their reactions were all the same, which was that it would be very difficult to sell the film and television rights, almost impossible, and that would require a lot of money. I like money, and I don't think anyone dislikes it, except for a certain Papa Ma. But as an author, I hope to create a story that I want to express. Because the quality is good, I can earn a sum of money. I don't want to create a story that makes money. The position and relationship must not be reversed. I'm very happy. Since Mysteries started, everyone has liked it. More and more people like it, and I can earn some money because of it. That's the best situation. Oh right, on the last day of 2018, we achieved the 100 Alliance hegemony. Actually, I never thought about this, and I never called for it. It happened naturally because of Mysteries. It's written quite well. That's the logic I want. Thank you to all the Alliance Masters, thank you to all the friends who tipped and subscribed. Also, because of everyone's enthusiastic votes, Little Ku is the most popular character of 2018 in Qidian. At that time, when the moderators asked me what I should fight for, my first reaction was to fight for the author ranking. Later, under their urging, I researched the rankings and decided to fight for the character ranking. Firstly, the friends in front of me were very fierce. If I fought for the author ranking, it would be quite a burden for everyone, and it would cost a lot of money. Secondly, after my research, I discovered that the character ranking was actually more practical than the author ranking. The author ranking only had a golden keyboard, but the character ranking had exclusive promotions, which was equivalent to a huge push. I was such a practical person. It's 2019. I'm going to update 3 times today. Thank you, Alliance Masters, friends who voted for me, and everyone who subscribed. At the same time, please give me your guaranteed monthly vote. The higher your position on the monthly votes list, the better the recommendation will be, and the more practical it will be. As Little Ku's parents, I think everyone would like something practical. The first update has been updated. Tomorrow will still be the same time. Begging for monthly votes. Also, Happy New Year's. Please remember the domain name of this book. Jiutian Shenhuang Mobile Version. Chapter 571. As Klein's spirituality made contact, the constantly expanding and contracting crimson star displayed the images and sounds it contained. A black-haired lady in a classic robe fell to the floor, writhing in pain. She held an ordinary-looking celestial globe in one hand and a short scepter that was no longer than her forearm in the other. Her strong will to live nearly broke through the crimson star's restraints and directly entered Klein's ears. Like Justice, Sun, and the others, the lady's figure appeared rather blurry, making it difficult to discern her exact appearance. However, there were some things that Klein could still clearly see. For example, she had facial features. For example, the muscles on her cheeks were cracking, and the flesh and blood inside were condensing, as though they had turned into eyeballs. For example, her ears were extending outwards like trumpets. For example, her fingers were scratching the floor, leaving bright blood-colored marks. For example, there was a pair of cold, eyelashless, almost transparent eyes above her. The black-haired woman's mutation didn't continue to worsen. Her body was tenaciously repairing itself, allowing the eyeball-like flesh to melt away, the cracked muscles to heal, and the extended ears to shrink inwards. Every detail was in a state of repeated seesaw. The pair of illusory, transparent, eyelashless eyes made Klein fall into a trance. It was as though he had returned to Tingen, back to the time when he first grasped spirit vision. Back then, he saw such a pair of eyes behind old Neil. The hidden sage? Klein leaned back in his chair, reached out his hand, and grabbed the sea god's scepter that had once again flown out from the junk pile. He planned on helping out in passing and giving the pair of evil eyes a few bolts of lightning. But after careful analysis, he acutely sensed that the black-haired woman's abnormality stemmed from the crazy ravings that others couldn't hear. This was because the source of everything was located in the ears, deep within her spirit body, in her soul body. It's very similar to the situation when Miss Magicians suffered from the ravings of the full moon. Thankfully, I'm an experienced person, otherwise I would have made the wrong response. Klein's thoughts raced as he came up with a way to save her. It was to pull her spirit body above the gray fog and directly block off the crazy ravings. As long as there was no power from the source, the mutation would quickly be resolved by the lady's body's self-recovery ability. As for whether the other party wasn't worth saving or whether he harbored evil intentions, he was no longer as troubled as he was in the past. If the black-haired lady was guilty of heinous crimes, with her artifact and crimson star establishing a connection with the mysterious space above the gray fog, Klein could give her a few bolts of lightning at any time to send her to where she needed to go. If he really has any ill intentions or causes any accidents, with the Sea God's scepter, the Dark Emperor card, and the ability to stir the gray fog's powers, it's not like I'm powerless to resist. Klein held the white bone scepter in his right hand and tapped the corresponding star from afar. His spirituality suddenly surged and poured into the crimson light that flowed like water. This time, he was able to establish a mysterious and stable connection relatively easily. The black-haired lady's figure instantly appeared at the side of the long bronze table, sitting on a chair that did not belong to the current members of the tarot. Through the final scene displayed by the Crimson Star, Klein saw that the mutation of the other party's body had clearly weakened. He nodded indiscernibly and patiently waited for the other party to speak. The black-haired lady was still in a trance. A second ago, she was struggling in extreme pain, and her vision was gradually darkening. The next second, she arrived in a towering palace with a dome. Below her was an endless, quiet gray fog. How could she not be stunned? After a brief moment of silence, she looked at the figure sitting leisurely at the end of the long, mottled table. "Is this the Netherworld? You didn't die." Klein laughed. At this moment, he saw that behind the black-haired lady's high-backed chair, the symbol that was dyed with starlight quickly moved, forming a pair of cold, indifferent, eyelash-free eyes that contained countless resplendent stars. Based on his past experience, he believed that it was a symbol representing the mystery prior pathway. The black-haired lady was stunned for a moment before she gradually regained her senses. She instinctively surveyed the area before finally casting her gaze on the mysterious man shrouded in the gray fog. White shirt, swallow-tailed suit, no bow tie, black pants, bright leather boots, black hair, and a blurry appearance. There's nothing odd about him. He casually held a milky white scepter that was slightly longer than his arm. That scepter. The black-haired lady's pupils constricted. Deep in her eyes was the azure-blue gem, and the aura of the storm that had stirred the surrounding sea. In addition, there were innumerable points of light lingering around it, naturally giving off a feeling of sacredness and majesty. This is a scepter at the demigod level. It's like a toy in his hands. He doesn't care about it at all. The black-haired lady narrowed her eyes and cautiously asked, "How should I address you?" "You can call me Mr. Fool," Klein answered with great familiarity. "The Fool." The black-haired lady ruminated over the word and deliberated. "I've heard of your honorific name from Mr. Z of the Aurora Order." She waited for him to admit or deny it. He knows Mr. Z of the Aurora Order. He can be considered an old friend. Klein smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he said, "Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" This should be the most basic etiquette. Only then did the black-haired lady recall what had happened to her as she fell silent once again. After a few seconds, she said with a deep voice, "My name is Katlia. My name is Katlia. I have the nickname of Admiral of Stars." "Mr. Fool, were you the one who saved me?" "Admiral of Stars?" "One of the 7 pirate admirals, Admiral of Stars with a bounty of 37,000 pounds? I saved a treasure trove, no, a person of considerable standing." Klein changed his sitting posture in a half-surprised and half-mocking manner. He chuckled and replied, "Isn't the truth obvious?" Admiral of Stars Katlia immediately stood up and said, "Thank you for your help. If there's anything you need me to do, feel free to instruct me directly. As long as it's within my capabilities and doesn't violate my principles." She sure knows how to conduct herself. Very experienced and experienced. As expected of the famous Admiral of Stars. Klein felt a baffling sense of wistfulness. His tarot members, apart from the hanging man and his avatar, world, were rather inexperienced when they first participated. Miss Justice had a vague understanding of the mysterious world, but she had yet to truly step into it. Sun had sufficient education, but his environment was isolated. He was relatively young, and he appeared very honest. Although Miss Magicians had been a Beyonder for several years, she had remained at Sequence 9 and was in a wild state. She didn't know much about the various hidden factions, nor did she have much experience. Emlyn came from a Beyonder race and had a faction with a deep heritage. However, as he didn't like going out and enjoyed staying at home to play with dolls, he lacked experience in certain aspects and was easily fooled. That fellow Emlyn is smart, but if he were to encounter Trissy, no, Demoness Trissy Cheek, he would be fooled into selling his dolls. Klein inwardly mocked Mr. Vampire, who could be considered a friend in the real world. He looked at Admiral of Stars and didn't directly respond to the matter of repaying her for saving his life. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Are you a member of the Moses Ascetic Order?" "Yes." Katlia didn't believe that she could hide this matter from Mr. Fool. Klein smiled. "What did you do just now to provoke that guy?" He wasn't certain that the pair of eyes from before belonged to the hidden sage, so he vaguely replaced it with "that fellow." This way, no matter what, Mr. Fool was absolutely correct and had status. Katlia was silent for a moment. "No, I didn't provoke him." She paused for a moment before continuing. "The members of the Moses Ascetic Order believe that all things are numbered and pursue knowledge itself. However, Roselle the Great once said that it's not that we are pursuing knowledge, but that knowledge is pursuing us. The hidden sage is knowledge itself. He is pursuing us, pursuing every member of the Moses Ascetic Order. When a lot of knowledge is injected into us, but we aren't able to quickly digest and grasp it, the situation from before will happen. Either we lower our mental defenses and accept the hidden sage's transformation, or we rely on our willpower to hold on. If we can't hold on, we will lose control. So that's the case. You weren't specifically targeted by the hidden sage. Even if you successfully escaped the predicament from before, you wouldn't be suspected. According to what you said, you have quite a bit of knowledge. Back then, old Neil only wanted to obtain the knowledge of human body refinement and perfect resurrection, right?" Klein suddenly sighed, but he didn't show it on his face. "The reputation of Admiral of Stars isn't bad. She's one of those who has her ways as a thief." Klein reined in his thoughts and calmly said, "If you encounter such a situation again, you can recite my name. If you encounter such a situation again, you can recite my name." "Recite your name." Katlia's lips quivered a few times, instinctively wanting to reject it. In the end, she did not speak and remained silent for a long time. After repeatedly weighing the pros and cons, she stood up, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and bowed slightly. "What can I do for you?" Klein chuckled and said in a nonchalant tone, "That's right. Provide some assistance to my blessed in the future." "As you wish." Katlia sat down again and asked cautiously, "Does the honorific name that Mr. Z provided belong to you?" She then repeated the fool's honorific name. Klein nodded lightly, indicating that he was right. Katlia glanced at the other empty seats and asked after some deliberation, "Honorable Mr. Fool, is there anyone else here?" Klein smiled. "Some people like you. They set up a regular gathering, and I was a witness." Katlia was silent for more than 10 seconds. "Can I join?" She believed that since she was related to the mysterious existence known as the Fool, it was obviously better to understand him better than doing nothing. "Of course, you have money, knowledge, influence, and needs." Klein leisurely leaned back in his chair. "Sure. Without my permission, you are not to divulge it." "All right," Katlia replied without hesitation. Klein tapped his left index finger gently, conjuring the remaining tarot cards on the bronze table. They use tarot cards as their code names. "These are the remaining ones. Choose one." Catlia scanned it and went straight to the point. The Hermit. P.S. There's a third chapter at 7 p.m. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version website. Chapter 572. In the captain's cabin, Catlia slowly got up from the floor and silently walked to the full-body mirror beside the bookshelf. In the mirror, her skin was fair and smooth, without a single tear. Her ears were normal and small, without any signs of expanding. Her dark purple eyes were calm, as though nothing had happened. However, Catlia's eyes, which had a hint of mystery, could see even more. Hidden under the skin, the flesh that had yet to completely melt, the eyeball-like flesh, the soul body whose pain and madness were rapidly fading, the countless indescribable illusory objects that were swimming around, the sailors who were cleaning the deck across many rooms, everything within dozens of meters wasn't obstructed, but it appeared in her vision in an abnormally chaotic manner. Ever since she became a Sequence 5 astrologer, her mystery prior powers had been greatly enhanced. She could still vaguely see thick curtains that resembled shadows around her. Behind the curtains, it was as though something was watching her and all living beings. There are no signs of being influenced by Mr. Fool. This in turn explains many problems. His ability to directly pull my soul body into that mysterious space is strange, powerful, and secretive. It's not something that a demigod-level scepter can compare with. Although he is wearing clothes that are trendy, that doesn't mean anything. To an existence at this level, it's very simple for him to appear different in the eyes of different people. And his true appearance will probably cause anyone who looks directly at him to lose control and die. Catlia stared at herself in the mirror and silently recalled everything that had just happened. She couldn't help but have some guesses about Mr. Fool's identity, but this could only be a guess without any evidence. Wearing a swallow-tailed suit doesn't mean that he is very young or that he has just been born. Perhaps his essence is ancient, even older than the 7 deities. The knowledge that I've chased after tells me that there were indeed more ancient deities before the cataclysm. He might be one of them. Catlia silently muttered to herself, turned around, and left the full-body mirror. She walked back to the spot where she had been struggling in pain and picked up the glasses that had fallen to the side. She placed the thick glasses on her nose, blocking her dark purple eyes. Everything that didn't belong to her normal vision quickly disappeared from front of her. Catlia stood there, once again thinking about how Mr. Fool and the so-called tarot would affect her. Unknowingly, a tall and slender figure appeared in her mind, and the words that she could not forget once again echoed in her ears. "Leave, your fate is not with me." "Is this my fate, your majesty?" Catlia closed her eyes. Above the gray fog, inside the ancient and majestic palace, Klein tapped the edge of the long, mottled table, causing all the tarot cards on it to disappear. He was considering what would happen after Admiral of Stars joined the tarot. If there's no other way, I might really have to leave the safe sea route and enter the sea formed by the ruins of the Battle of Gods in search of the mermaid's song. When the time comes, the hermit, who is afraid of the fool and can be controlled by me to a certain extent, is clearly more reliable than collaborators like Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina, and the others. It's safer to borrow her ship. Yes, Mr. the Hanging Man is a backup plan. Admiral of Stars is a member of the Moses Ascetic Order and has a lot of knowledge. This is very helpful to tarot, but for me there's a certain latent danger. Mr. Fool's image is built on an unfathomable foundation. In the future, I have to be more careful and resolutely not give answers that I don't understand. When I'm not confident, I'd rather be ambiguous and even use charlatan methods. Of course, to completely resolve such problems, I have to improve myself as soon as possible and become a high-sequence beyonder as soon as possible. My strength has to match my level, and my standards have to match my status. With such a sequence 5 beyonder and the addition of so many powerhouses under him, Tarot's overall strength isn't considered low. After obtaining the Sea God Scepter, I don't have to worry about such a tarot member being too strong and easily causing problems. I hope that one day, Admiral of Stars, a member of the Moses Ascetic Order, will become an important helper in my revenge on the hidden sage. Klein exhaled as his figure disappeared above the gray fog. Bakeland, at the bottom of St. Samuel Cathedral, a nighthawk wearing a red glove held a telegram and entered the temporary office assigned to them. "Captain, there's a situation at Enmat Harbor," he said to Sol Assure Sostel in excitement. Sostel stroked the hair at his right temple. "What's the situation?" "There's a new situation with the Fool. The Aurora Order is looking for the Fool." The team member holding the telegram handed over the piece of paper in his hand. His answer immediately attracted the attention of a few red gloves present, including the black-haired, green-eyed man in the corner who had his chair tilted up and his feet placed on the table. He had a top hat covering his face as though he was taking an afternoon nap. Sostel took the telegram, glanced at it, and immediately smiled. Someone falsely claimed to be his blessed in an attempt to scam him. In the end, after reciting his honorific name, he was struck to death by a bolt of lightning. There really is a secret existence named the Fool. The dossiers related to the 2 tarot rituals and the Fool had been handed over to Sostel's Red Gloves team for them to investigate. However, there weren't any clues to this matter, and they didn't place much importance on it because they had other missions. The Fool has the power of a lightning domain? Leonard Mitchell took off the black top hat that covered his face. Who knows? If he's the embodiment of an old friend, he could have done something similar by preparing the corresponding mystical items ahead of time. This isn't without precedent, especially the fake deities in the southern continent and the colonial island. That cheat falsely claimed that the Fool was the embodiment of the Lord of Storms. That might be why he was struck to death by lightning and not some other way of dying. Sostel leisurely threw the telegram to the side. Leonard glanced at it, retracted his feet, turned his body sideways, and chuckled. "Aren't you going to investigate?" "How? Pretend to be an ignorant person and recite his honorific name?" Sostel scoffed. "There's a high chance of catching the Fool's tale, but I'll basically bid farewell to this world. The digestion of my nightmare isn't bad, and I've just obtained something good. There are still many sequences waiting for me, so how can I bear to sleep in peace?" Leonard stroked his hair and said, "That's right. Can we find a few death row criminals to give it a try?" But he can completely choose not to respond. Sostel shook his head. "We can start with the 2 cases involving the tarot ritual. I increasingly feel that it's related to the Fool. First of all, the Fool is the main card of the tarot cards. Second, the organization that's searching for or putting out a bounty on his blessed is the Aurora Order. And the first case involving the tarot ritual is the Lenevis case. The Aurora Order's attempt to make the true Creator descend was thus foiled." Leonard tugged at his black vest and stood up. Sostel thought seriously and said, "The clues for the other cases have been cut off. The clues for the other cases have been cut off. We have nothing to do for the time being. You can try to focus on the 2 tarot ritual cases." "All right," Leonard replied with a smile. This was exactly the effect he wanted to achieve. With the help of a case that no one cared about, he could obtain freedom of movement for a certain period of time. At 2:50 in the afternoon, Furs shivered as she returned to her residence from the cold street. It wasn't that she wanted to go out in such humid and cold weather, but that the food reserves at home had been depleted. And in order to capture a fugitive to collect the bounty, Zio had chased after him to Pritz Harbor. She didn't know when she would be able to return home. She always instinctively pursues and captures fugitive. It can be considered acting to a certain extent. Furs carried a large brown paper bag and habitually took out her key to open her mailbox. She grabbed the letters and bills inside. After entering her room, she put down the food and took off her thick coat. Then, Furs flipped through the letters. Suddenly, her eyes lit up because there was a letter from her teacher, Dorian Gray. After she advanced to Trickmaster, She immediately wrote this matter in a letter and mailed it to Dorian Gray, hoping to receive her teacher's congratulations and subsequent guidance. But after several days, she didn't receive a reply. She was momentarily worried and wondered if she should go to Pritz Harbor to take a look. Furs quickly tore open the envelope and browsed through it. "I'm sorry for taking so long to reply. I left Pritz Harbor for a period of time for a relative's funeral. I'm pleased with your talent. Perhaps the stories hidden in your heart have helped you to perform better in your acting. After you digest the Trickmaster potion, I'll provide you with the sequence 7 astrologer formula and certain ingredient. I'll also give you a gift. The acting of a Trickmaster is focused on the words acting and fooling. Fooling can also be replaced by deceiving. This is something that has been verified by generations of Beyonders. You can refer to the other pathways of Swindler and Magician. The meanings of their names are similar in certain aspects." Furs heaved a sigh of relief and looked up at the wall clock. She quickly walked back to her bedroom and locked the door. The weekly tarot was about to arrive. Before long, a crimson light surged out like water, drowning everything. In the ancient and mysterious palace, Furs was just about to look at Mr. Fool when she suddenly saw a figure beside her. That seat had always been empty. A new member? A lady? Magician Furs's eyes moved slightly as she pretended not to care and half-turned her body. Another new member? And it's a lady. Miss Justice was just about to get up to greet Mr. Fool when she suddenly saw an unfamiliar figure. She was somewhat puzzled and expectant when she discovered a problem. The women were on the same side, while the men were on the other side. This should be a deliberate division by Mr. Fool. I wonder if there's any symbolic meaning in it. The left side is a lady and the right side is a man. The one that isn't on the left or right is a deity that can't be defined by gender, Mr. Fool. Ah yes, there's also Mr. World. Heh. Could it be that he's neither male nor female, or even human? Audrey, you're overthinking things. Justice stood up and bowed briskly. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 573. Third chapter of Lord of the Mysteries, completed. Seeking monthly votes, chapter updated. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to obtain the latest update. Chapter 574. Faced with Miss Justice's pleasing greeting, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he nodded slightly in response. Just as he was about to introduce M. Hermit to everyone and introduce everyone to her, he realized that Miss Justice didn't stop. Instead, she turned her gaze to the side. Good afternoon, Mr. the Hanging Man. This time, she didn't follow the order of the tarot cards, but followed the order of entry. After this round of greetings, M. Hermit will get to know everyone. There's no need for Mr. Fool to introduce them. Miss Justice is clearly doing it on purpose. How thoughtful. As long as a Beyonder in the spectator domain is serious, they're different in this aspect. Klein was first taken aback before he came to a realization and secretly marveled. At the same time, the Hanging Man Alger responded to Audrey's greeting as he cautiously sized up the new member. She's a woman. I can barely tell that she's wearing a black robe with many patterns on it. Her hair is black, and her eyes are a little purple. Alger barely managed to find something special from her blurry and distorted image. Suddenly, his heart sank as he recalled the scene he had seen at the pirate convention a few months ago. The scattered starlight had magically formed a long, resplendent bridge between the gigantic sailboat and the palace deep in the island. Dressed in a black warlock robe, Admiral of Stars Catlia was strolling in midair, with an astral globe and a short scepter hanging by her waist. And the astral globe looked like the strange item that Alger had previously obtained that resembled the weather bottle. The latter had mysteriously and coincidentally shattered after he was pulled into the gathering by Mr. Fool. Could it be her? She looks a little similar. However, Admiral of Stars wears glasses, but she doesn't. I can't be sure. I'll need to continue observing and searching for evidence. Unfortunately, I only saw her from afar and don't know much. Regardless, I have to be careful. When exchanging information, I should try my best not to reveal any details that involve my true situation. The world is Mr. Fool's blessed. Letting him know of my identity is completely different from letting others. No, the other members know of it. After the matter with the sea god, Mr. Fool's strength has been greatly restored. He can even rope in a powerhouse at the pirate admiral level? The hanging man. Alger's thoughts flashed through his mind, and his sitting posture changed slightly. Mr. the hanging man's body language told me that he was very alert and on the defensive. Does he know the new lady, or has he guessed something? How curious! Audrey's gaze swept over without leaving a trace as she cast it at Sunday. At this moment, Katlia was also carefully and seriously examining the tarot members according to the order in which they were greeted. The mysterious purple in her eyes slowly flowed in an imperceptible manner. Although she couldn't see through the blur and concealment, she could recognize the details of the other's clothes. The hanging man, a man in his 30s. His hair is rather messy, like seaweed. It's a rather rare dark blue color. This is a common mutation of the sailor pathway. He's wearing a robe with the patterns of storms and waves. Someone from the Church of the Storm? Katlia's pupils constricted slightly as she looked away without revealing anything abnormal. She continued sizing up the other members. Son, a young man. Perhaps he's still underage. The style of his clothes is rare. It has a simple beauty to it. It's rather tight and suitable for combat. Is he a beyonder in this aspect? The world isn't an old man, nor is he a youth. He has a gloomy bearing, and he's wearing a hooded robe. He feels like he's not a living person. Is he similar to Senor or Steel Mavedi? Or perhaps some other sequence that I'm not sure of? Magicians, a young woman. She wears a common Rouen-style dress. Apart from being a little languid, there's nothing special about her. Such people are the easiest to ignore, so I should pay more attention to them. The moon, a young man. His sitting posture is very casual. He has black hair and red eyes. He wears a priest robe of Earth Mother. There's only one possibility for such a combination. A vampire. The members of Mr. Fool's Tarot are indeed not simple. Just a preliminary judgment involves two major churches. Katlia retracted her gaze and made eye contact with Justice Audrey, who happened to look over. Sensing the other party's intention, she nodded gently. The hermit. Katlia used ancient Fasak. She deliberately didn't use the language of Intis and Rouen that she was more accustomed to. It was the same when she conversed with Mr. Fool. Furthermore, she noticed a problem. Mr. Fool had previously informed her that the meeting time was 3 p.m. on Monday, Bakelin time. Does this mean that the members attending the gathering are mainly Rouen? Katlia had her own judgment on this. Justice, Audrey replied with a faint smile. Good afternoon, ma-am hermit. She had noticed the other party's actions and made a simple conclusion in her heart. A rather cautious lady with rich experience in the beyonder world. She's quiet but not introverted. She's very confident in her observation skills or certain abilities related to her eyes. And the style of her clothes and the short scepter hanging by her waist indicate that her sequence pathway is more mystical. This needs to be verified. Perhaps it's just a hobby. At the same time, Katlia also saw Miss Justice's clothes clearly. She wore 2 dangling earrings. The earrings were small and exquisite. They were inlaid with extremely high-quality emeralds, which complemented her green eyes very well. They were clearly worth a lot. The necklace around her neck has a unique style. It's adorned with innumerable diamonds, but it doesn't appear extravagant. Her beige waist-hugging dress is simple but beautiful. It's tailored and elegant, like the work of a master fashion designer. As details flashed past her eyes, Katlia couldn't help but close her eyes. A 17 or 18-year-old girl. Very rich. Her actions and bearing seemed to be a noble of high status. A Rouen noble? Katlia didn't know why she sighed inwardly. After a round of greetings from Audrey, there was no need for Klein to introduce them. The original members of Tarot all knew Ma Am Hermit, and they were also known to her. Just as they sat down, Audrey turned to the end of the long bronze table again. "Mr. Fool, I've only managed to find one page of Roselle's diary when I'm out of town. At the last gathering, she had provided 2 pages. She was just short of 2 pages to pay off her debt, but being in the manor, she had only managed to find 1 page even though she often visited the city. In addition, due to the addition of the new member, Ma Am Hermit, she had been careful not to mention psychological alchemy, Bakeland or Eastchester County. Roselle's diary. Diary? Katlia couldn't help but quickly turn her head to look at Miss Justice. She clearly remembered that the tall and beautiful figure had once sighed. "That's not a notebook. It's his diary, but no one other than him will be able to understand it." "The members of Tarot know that Roselle's notebook is a diary? Mr. Fool is searching for Roselle's diary? He is trying to crack it to find the secrets hidden in that period of history? This is more like an awakened ancient god." Katlia's mind was filled with puzzlement and shock. She maintained her composure and only turned her head to observe the first transaction. After experiencing many things and slowly becoming one of the 7 pirate admirals, she knew that the most important thing she had to do when she first joined the Tarot was to listen more and speak less. "Mr. Fool, I've obtained 3 pages, Magician's Furs said with a smile. It was sent along with the letter from Dorian Gray. At last week's gathering, she hadn't been able to provide a single page because her teacher hadn't replied and the weather was too cold, so she hadn't gone out to participate in the Beyonder gathering. Sun followed closely behind. "Mr. Fool, I have a copy of a new legend of the ancient gods." "TSK, you're always using the legend of the ancient gods to brush me off." Emlyn glanced at Sun in disdain. Suddenly, he thought of something. Although Sun claimed that the City of Silver worshipped the Lord that created everything, he had never hidden the influence that giant King Ormer had on them. However, he had never mentioned that the Kingdom of Silver originally believed in giant Queen Omabella. Isn't the City of Silver equivalent to the Kingdom of Silver? Wait a minute, I'll probe. Emlyn still couldn't get over Sun's slandering of the Sanguine. 4 pages of Roselle's diary, a legend of the ancient gods. Not bad. I wonder if there's any information on that high elf named Kohainum. Sigh, after Mr. the Hanging Man learns that the world is a blessed, I can't even use the world to ask questions without any qualms. The fool Klein's thoughts raced as he chuckled. Very good. He helped Miss Justice, Miss Magicians, and Little Sun conjure the corresponding content and made them flash into his palm as he casually browsed through them. Mr. Fool doesn't seem to be cracking it. He can read Roselle the Great's diary? What's his background? What's his true identity? Katlia suddenly felt an indescribable horror and horror. She hurriedly retracted her gaze and looked at the long bronze table, as though she was memorizing the ancient patterns on the surface. Ma Am Hermit's reaction to Mr. Fool being able to read Roselle's diary exceeds my imagination. Does she care about this matter a lot, or does she have something to do with it? Audrey pursed her lips in thought. Although the other party had concealed it very quickly and naturally, it was still obvious to a sequence 7 of the spectator pathway. Klein had sensed the abnormality of the new member, Ma Am Hermit, because he wanted to see how the knowledgeable member of the Moses ascetic order would react to this. The outcome left him rather surprised. Isn't it a little too intense? Klein didn't have time to think as he cast his gaze at the first page of Roselle's diary. P.S. Requesting for double monthly votes. Chapter 575. April 9th. Just returned from Countess Waring's masquerade ball. My heart suddenly felt empty. One woman, another woman, yet another woman. The monotonous and mechanical movements, the indistinguishable scent of perfume, and the warmth of entangling limbs can only be exchanged for a few seconds of pleasure, followed by endless boredom, disgust, emptiness, and numbness. What's the fun in such a life? Is the meaning of living every day just for this? This can't go on. I have to get rid of this depraved state. Also, a reminder to myself. Don't habitually write Arabic numerals in the usual spot. Emperor, there are times when you reflect on yourself and become a hipster? This doesn't match the image I have in my heart. Klein nearly pricked up his eyebrows when he read this. His gaze moved down and landed on the second diary entry. April 11th. Countess Waring invited me to a private salon. She told me that Lady Julia would be participating as well. This conservative blonde who married from Rouen will be participating as well? I'm really looking forward to it. I've been fantasizing about her in bed for a long time. I hope her husband, Viscount de Leon, doesn't have any ill intentions. Emperor, have you forgotten the diary entry you wrote the day before yesterday? TSK, it smells good, right? Also, you misspelled it. Mind. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. April 14th. I've been participating in too many activities recently. I'm feeling a little weak. This is no trivial matter. Although I'm still young, I have to prevent the risk of decline in this aspect. Temperance. Archaeologist has improved my physique and effectively enhanced my abilities, but this isn't its specialty. It's just something I can do in passing. If I continue to raise my sequence, the changes brought about by the potion will likely deepen. This is a direction I can work towards. It's said that apothecaries can concoct potions without any side effect. Perhaps I should find a few to consult. Also, I really have to temperance. Indulgence will only cause the threshold to constantly rise, and the level of satisfaction won't be as good as normal. Calm down and think about it. There are still many things that can be done. Humans are always like this. They're bound by their desires and can't see what's truly valuable. Why did I transmigrate? What secrets are hidden in the depths of the cosmos above my head? Where did my original consciousness come from? If self-awareness purely comes from consciousness, then who was I before my identity as Huang Tao? Who did the most essential part belong to? Great Emperor, are you telling me what it means to be a pervert before and a philosopher after? You also have that kind of worry. I thought you had some kind of fixed attribute. Fortunately, you didn't teach your children Chinese. You probably didn't. Otherwise, what would they think when they see this content? It's not without reason that Zeradal prophesied that your eldest daughter, Bernadette, would turn against you and abandon you. Of course, not teaching them is more of a form of protection. Klein was successfully amused by Roselle's diary, but he didn't show any changes on the surface. To him, Roselle the Great's diary was both a book of knowledge and a collection of jokes. With a thought, Klein flipped to the next page. On the 2nd of October, Zeradal came to visit me again. He hopes that I, who has already become a demigod, can fulfill my promise and help him steal that dangerous sealed artifact from the church. It's a notebook from the Antigonus family from the 4th epoch, a grade 1 sealed artifact. When he saw this, Klein's pupils shrank involuntarily. This was likely the notebook that was later lost by the secret order. This was likely the notebook that led to Klein Moretti's death, allowing him to use his corpse to successfully awaken in this world. This was the source of everything. It turns out that it didn't land in the hands of the secret order right from the start. Instead, it was sealed within the Church of Craftsmen, which later became the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Through Emperor Roselle, Zeradal successfully stole it. By the way, the secret order member in Creeping Hunger is very afraid of Zeradal, believing that he's an abnormal monster that can't die. Does this mean that Zeradal obtained some benefits from the notebook, but an accident happened? He went from a human who could normally communicate with Roselle to a monster. That's why the Antigonus family's notebook was lost? Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that Zeradal deliberately let it be lost. Because Zeradal turned into a monster, the secret order lost all its mermaids, causing the Faceless to take the risk to go out to sea? Rosago succeeded because he attempted to enter the sea formed by the ruins of the battlefield of gods? Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, making him feel abnormally heavy. He didn't believe that his encounter with the Antigonus notebook had anything to do with Roselle, because he had always guessed in the direction of the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics. The details that followed were also in line with similar logic. Are they all related to the higher levels of the seer pathway? Klein swept his gaze from the corner of his eye, taking in the endless gray fog that stretched out in silence. Could it have been caused by it? He asked himself again. Steadying his emotions, Klein continued reading the subsequent contents of the diary. I'll have to act according to the situation. If it's easy to steal and there's no risk of exposure, I'll try. If not, I'll pretend that nothing happened. Even if Zeradol were to expose me, it doesn't matter. With my present identity, status, sequence, and influence, as long as I'm willing to repent, the Church won't do anything to me. The other two diary entries on this page recorded Roselle's thought process of coming up with the plan to steal the notebook, but it didn't seem like there was any chance of success. However, Klein knew that he had finally obtained the notebook and handed it to the leader of the secret order, Zeradol. After pondering for a moment, Klein flipped this page. 12th and 10th. Once again, I attended that ancient and secret gathering. At the gathering, I discovered that they were extremely hostile towards the Fourth Epoch's Solomon Empire, and it was very unanimous. I raised this question, and Mr. Hermes readily gave me the answer. In the Fourth Epoch, the ally and supporter of the Solomon Empire was the true creator. This is very real. I resisted the urge to ask what our organization had done in the history of the Fourth Epoch, but when I left the palace and returned to the dream, I realized that old Mr. Hermes's route overlapped with mine to a certain extent. This ancient human who survived before the cataclysm definitely knows a lot. I tried to get close to him and sincerely asked him a question. Why does the organization hate the true creator? Was it just because he used the sacred name of the creator? Old Mr. Hermes chuckled. We are not such shallow creatures. He asked me in return, do you know the exact abilities of a shepherd? Of course. So I answered. He asked meaningfully again, what's the matter? If you were to pick out one of all the current gods and develop towards an omniscient and omnipotent Lord, who do you think is the most likely? The first thought that flashed through my mind was the shepherd pathway that can devour, graze, and control the souls and characteristics of other beyonders. And the end of this pathway is the true creator. So that's how it is. Although there's only one diary entry on this page, there's a lot of information. The Solomon Empire originally belonged to the true creator's camp. In the underground ruins of the Tudor family, there are statues of the 6 Orthodox gods. Although I can't be sure if they were worshipping the gods or blaspheming them, one thing is certain. The 6 gods were involved in the affairs of the 3 empires. Later on, they even had a close relationship with the Tuluan-Sostal dynasty. The 3 empires represent 3 different camps of gods? Klein attempted to use his archaeological discoveries and historical knowledge to decipher the hidden truth of the previous epoch, but he was still confused. Towards the question of Hermes, the oldest master of mysticism, Klein's answer was similar to Roselle's. As the sequence increased, the saints and angels of the shepherd pathway could graze more and more souls and beyonder powers. In the end, if the true creator could graze the corresponding deities of the other 21 beyonder pathways, he would be equivalent to an omniscient and omnipotent creator to a certain extent. There are still many secrets hidden in the sequence pathways. Klein flipped to the 4th page of the diary. This page recorded Roselle's actions after he consumed the savant potion. He read a lot and learned a lot, making his foundation extremely solid, raising the breadth and depth of his knowledge to a whole new level. During this period of time, he had almost no entertainment. Learning was his greatest form of entertainment. In one of the diary entries, he wrote, When a person knows that he will definitely gain something from his hard work, and can directly see how much he has gained, then he will definitely work as hard as I am now. Isn't this the intrinsic attraction of many games? Klein flipped to the last page of the diary and read the legend of the ancient gods provided by Little Sunday throughout the entire process. There was silence in the towering palace. Be it justice or the moon, they were considering what to trade or communicate about. This was the first time the hermit Katlia had encountered such a situation, but she didn't feel uneasy at all. Instead, she seriously analyzed the information revealed by the scene. This isn't the first time it's happened. Mr. Fool has the habit of reading Roselle's diary at tarot gatherings. The members are actively or passively gathering it for him, but it's uncertain if they have paid him in advance. He can really understand Roselle's diary. He's searching for the secrets that have sunk into the river of history? Just now, Sun mentioned that the information he submitted was a legend of the ancient gods. This matches my previous guess. At this moment, Klein had roughly finished browsing through the new information on the ancient gods. In the second epoch, in the Dark Ages, every ancient god had a subsidiary deity, just like the dragon of imagination Ankwelt and his child, the dragon of nightmare Alzahad. P.S. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 576. In the information provided by Sun, there was a detailed list of representative subsidiary deities, but most of them didn't have their true names. They only wrote their titles, including the goddess of beauty and goddess of life, who were subsidiary to vampire ancestor Lilith, the goddess of misfortune and god of the dead, who were subsidiary to annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria, the goddess of luck and queen of calamity, who were subsidiary to elf king Saniathrim, and so on. Queen of Calamity. Klein suddenly thought of the Book of Calamity, and the golden wine cup he had obtained from the ruins of the High Elves. On it was engraved the name Kohainum and the word Calamity in Elvish. This made him suspect that Kohainum was the subsidiary deity of the Elf King, Queen of Calamity. Unfortunately, I can't directly seek confirmation from Little Sunday. I have to wait for him to provide further information. Klein sighed silently. At the same time, he made a guess about the situation where these titles didn't have a corresponding true name. The City of Silver was originally the Kingdom of Silver ruled by the Giant King's court. Apart from having a sufficient understanding of its own factions and archenemies, the information on the other ancient gods came from rumors and wasn't that detailed. Compared to simple titles, complex and awkward true names were clearly harder to remember and spread. The situation after flipping the pages confirmed Klein's judgment, but it made him have new doubts. The dragons also had a dragon of wisdom that was equivalent to a deity in the City of Silver, named Haraburgen. And under Giant King Ormer, there was his eldest son, the god of dawn, Badheil, as well as his queen, the goddess of harvest. Why doesn't the goddess of harvest have a true name? Isn't she the queen of the Giant King's court? The City of Silver shouldn't have no records. These so-called subsidiary deities are equivalent to angels or kings of angels. Sequence 2 of this pathway, sequence 1 of the other pathways? Klein suppressed his puzzlement and deduced the actual situation. He relied on the knowledge recorded in the card of blasphemy. In the same pathway, there was no sequence 1 if there was a sequence 0. Without a sequence 0, there were at most 3 sequence 1s. However, Klein didn't dare to make a definite judgment based on this. After all, the knowledge he had was rather one-sided. He didn't know if there were any prerequisites for the details of sequence 0 and sequence 1 that stemmed from the law of beyonder characteristics indestructibility and conservation. That's what I think for now. Klein leaned back and made the information in his hand disappear as he smiled. You may begin. At this moment, the hanging man, Alger, was still seriously examining himself. After considering the problem of how to communicate, he put himself in the shoes of Ma-am Hermit, who was suspected to be Admiral of Stars, to see what he had exposed. Mr. Fool's protection of every member's true identity is a form of blurring and distortion of an image, but this doesn't affect the expression of color. It's indeed difficult to distinguish between brown and brown, but bright colors can still be grasped. At the very least, I can clearly tell that Miss Justice has blonde hair and bright green eyes, and my most obvious characteristic that can't be concealed is my dark blue hair. However, this doesn't mean anything. It's fine to say that a common mutation of the sailor pathway is dark blue hair, but the reverse isn't true. This is because this characteristic can be inherited. On Sonia Island, in the Berserk Sea region of Desi Bay, where elves originally gathered, many people with faint elven bloodlines will also have dark blue hair. It's the same for areas where the number of Beyonders in the Church of the Storm exceeds a certain number. Without combining other characteristics, it's very difficult for the hermit to infer further information from this situation. Just as Alger heaved a sigh of relief, he suddenly noticed the storm robe he was wearing from the corner of his eye. After returning to the Blue Avenger, apart from being the captain, he was also the bishop of the sailors. He often had to wear the corresponding attire to attend Massachusetts. If he didn't show his piety in his daily actions, he might one day be reported by his subordinate. The Church of the Storm was always rather wary of members who wandered the seas for long periods of time. This was because acting as a pirate for too long might make one a real pirate. After all, the Lord of Storms had never sent down an oracle to exclude pirates from the ranks of believers. Under the blurry and distorted concealment, it's very difficult to see the details of the clothes. This isn't a problem. However, I should take note in the future. At the tarot gathering, I'll change into a set of clothes that doesn't have any special characteristics. Although I can't be sure, I still have to treat him like a pirate admiral. I can't be careless. The hanging man, Alger thought cautiously. At this moment, he heard Emlyn speak in a seemingly suppressed voice, but he couldn't hide his excitement. "Mr. the Hanging Man, I'm ready. When will you receive the Sanguine Baron's inheritance? You previously mentioned that it's in the hands of a great pirate? There's no need for you to add the last sentence." Alger's body suddenly stiffened. Great pirate. The hermit Catlia swept her gaze across the hanging man once again. Alger's expression didn't change as he turned his head and replied to the moon, "You got the cash? Did you get the cash?" "Of course," Emlyn said with his neck held high. He originally wanted to wait until the 3-month period for the bill of exchange was up before exchanging it at the bank, but he quickly realized that after he decided to buy the Sanguine Baron's inheritance, his mood was completely different from before. He no longer had any doubts or hesitations. He was filled with anticipation and desire, wishing that he could get his hands on it immediately. It was just like how he was when he had saved up enough money to buy his favorite doll. After enduring for more than a week, he finally couldn't restrain himself and sold the acceptance bill. Although he lost some money, it was still acceptable. In many cases, acceptance bills could be used as currency. "I'll get it for you this week. Finally, let's confirm the price again. £4,500, is that okay?" Seeing that the deal was about to be completed, Alger didn't pursue the matter of the moon revealing his situation. Emlyn thought of the dolls in his room, cleared his throat, and said with his eyes wandering, "Sure. Can it be a little cheaper?" "That's not for me to decide, but I can help you fight for it. Also, don't forget my commission. How about £300? The hanging man Alger's tone didn't change at all. "All right." Emlyn secretly exhaled. "A vampire that isn't too strong, an underage or a newly matured vampire." Catlia silently watched from the side and made a judgment. Seeing that Mr. the Hanging Man and Mr. Moon had reached an agreement in a few words, Audrey habitually felt that she should buy something. "In a week or two, I'll contact the members of Psychological Alchemy in East Chester County and tell them that I've become a psychiatrist. I'll also use my contributions to exchange for the subsequent potion formulas. There's no need to buy it here for the time being. When I know what ingredients I need, I'll get everyone's help. I can't buy any mystical items for the time being. I've already claimed one. Getting such a rare item too frequently indicates many problems. Audrey's thoughts raced as she came up with an idea. She half turned her body and looked at the gloomy man at the bottom of the long bronze table. Mr. World, did you previously mention that you've successfully obtained clues to the psychiatrist characteristic? I plan on buying it and feeding it to Susie, she silently added in her heart. In fact, while she was considering it, she had another slightly mischievous idea. It was to find an excuse to get Mr. Fool to flip the Dark Emperor card by his hand. From her point of view, since Ma M. Hermit was especially concerned about the matter regarding Roselle's diary and had an abnormally intense reaction, as well as quickly concealing it, she might recognize the card of blasphemy. She would expose many problems the moment she saw it, revealing her true thoughts. But in the end, she dismissed this thought. It wasn't because she felt that it wasn't good to probe Ma M. Hermit. To her, this was an act of being responsible for Tarot and herself, but because she didn't believe that she should make decisions for Mr. Fool. If he wants Ma M. Hermit to recognize the card of blasphemy, he will definitely flip it over himself. If he doesn't want to, my attempts will go against his will. Audrey nodded solemnly but barely. At this moment, the World hoarsely replied, Yes. If you're sure you want it, I'll give it to you as soon as possible. The price is £1,800. Typically speaking, £1,200 to £1,500 for a psychiatrist beyond her characteristic was more appropriate. Klein had raised the price slightly, and he wanted to see how much Miss Justice would pay. All right, Audrey agreed briskly. She had already paid off the balance she owed Viscount Glaint, and after returning to her family's fief, she had received quite a number of coming-of-age gifts. She was in a rather good financial situation, and even the money to pay Mr. Fool's adorer next month had been arranged ahead of time. In the future, her monthly income would be more than £3,000, and she wouldn't have to bear a large portion of her daily expenses. This stemmed from her parents' love for her and the effects of her previous meritorious service. As the two of them discussed, the hanging man was somewhat surprised. The World had just sold a faceless beyonder characteristic, and recently, he had obtained Steel Mavadi's characteristic. He also seemed to be secretly hiding a psychiatrist characteristic, and all of this happened in less than a month. On second thought, Alger quickly came to a realization. The World represented Mr. Fool's group of adorers, so this might be the harvest of the other adorers. As his imagination ran wild, the World, who was also Klein, was in a state of shock because of Miss Justice's heroism. He originally thought that Miss Justice, who had just spent £5,500 to buy a mystical item, wouldn't be that rich recently, just like last year. That was why he had left her some room to bargain, but to his surprise, she still agreed to the deal without any hesitation. Did she dig up a gold mine? Klein couldn't help but silently lampoon. Seeing that they had finished their discussion, Sun hurriedly mimicked Miss Justice and raised his hand. Which one of you has the fruit of the Radiance Spirit Pack tree? He had already successfully gathered the other ingredients for the High Priest Sun potion. The hermit Catlia had just made a preliminary judgment that Miss Justice was a psychiatrist who had yet to advance, but when she heard the request, she fell silent for a few seconds. I do. What can you use to exchange for it? After watching from the sidelines for a long time, she decided to intervene in a small transaction to gain a deeper understanding of how the tarot operated. I can use the history of the City of Silver, as well as the history of dragons, elves, and other creatures of darkness to exchange for it. Ma M. Hermit, here's a list of the common monsters around the City of Silver. You can choose the ingredients you need from there. How honest! The fool Klein nearly looked up at the dome of the magnificent palace. What is he saying? Catlia frowned slightly, momentarily unable to fully understand Sun's words. P.S. Requesting for double monthly votes. Chapter 577. After a brief moment of thought, the hermit Catlia made the most advantageous choice. Without revealing her emotions, she said, "I'll take a look at the common monsters around the City of Silver before making a decision." Another one who was trying to gain something without risking anything. Were people who had been on the sea so good at fleecing others? Or rather, Little Son's posture is so good that he can't help but want to fleece him. The fool Klein instinctively excluded himself from the team that was trying to gain something without risking anything. All right. Under the watchful eyes of Justice and company, Sun agreed to Ma M. Hermit's request without any hesitation. He recalled the contents and conjured a list of the common monsters around the City of Silver. However, it wasn't as detailed as the previous time, and there were many things that he had missed out. After all, the Sun Pathway's improvement of memory was rather limited. Many days had passed. Catlia took the document and flipped through it seriously. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. The number of monsters had exceeded her imagination by dozens or even hundreds of times. Most of them used ancient names. If not for the fact that she was a member of the Moses ascetic order that was pursued by knowledge and had reached sequence 5, allowing her to see and know a lot, there was no way for her to know what those names really referred to. But even so, there were still quite a number of monsters that she had never heard of before. Just like in her dreams, in her imagination, those shadows that hid in the depths of the darkness and would never show themselves. Where is the City of Silver? How could there be so many monsters? About 10 seconds later, Catlia looked up without a change in expression. You used the history of the City of Silver in exchange. All right. Sun's eyes lit up as though he had seen the dawn of advancement. With Mr. Fool's help, he quickly conjured the outline of the City of Silver's history textbook. With plenty of experience, he knew that the more complete and detailed content was much more valuable than the fruit of the Radiant Spirit Pact tree, so he had some reservations. Catlia knew that she wasn't Mr. Fool and that it was impossible for her members to wait patiently for her to read. Therefore, she casually flipped through it and after confirming its value, she deliberated and asked, "How can I give you the fruit of the Radiant Spirit Pact tree?" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and had a guess. She turned her head and looked at the end of the long bronze table. "Mr. Fool, are we going to use a sacrificial method?" This made Audrey, who had already prepared an answer on the same side, clearly stunned. She swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Ma M. Hermit is very impressive and knowledgeable. She directly guessed the method of sacrifice and bestowment. Audrey controlled the subtle expressions on her face and sighed in her heart. Yes. Klein nodded slightly and did not explain further. He believed that it was impossible for a pirate admiral, a sequence 5 beyonder of the mystery prior pathway, to not know how to make a sacrifice. This could even be one of their specialties. Furthermore, she had also grasped the honorific name of the Fool, so there was no problem of lacking the necessary conditions. Indeed, with a true deity bearing witness to the gathering, sacrifice and bestowment are the most convenient and safest methods of transaction. And communication at the soul-body level can directly resolve the exchange of knowledge. Catlia thanked him and turned to Sunday. "I'll finish it as soon as possible." She didn't seem to have any abnormalities on the surface, but her heart wasn't calm. She had only casually flipped through the information provided by Sun and realized that the City of Silver was truly filled with oddities. Things like being abandoned by the Lord, without the sun, leaving behind only an eternal night and alternating high and low-frequency lightning, strange and terrifying monsters hidden in the lightless darkness, finally surviving by relying on black-faced grass, and persisting in the Dark Ages for more than 2,000 years were beyond Catlia's imagination. As a knowledgeable powerhouse at sea who knew many secrets, she instantly associated the most famous concept in history with the description of the time and events, the cataclysm. Following that, she made a further guess based on this train of thought. The forsaken land of the gods. Suddenly, the figure that made one yearn to look up to surfaced in Catlia's mind. A sentence that sounded like a sigh surfaced in her mind. "That's right," she said with a sigh. He had always been searching for the forsaken land of the gods when he was alive. He said that it hid the final answer to everything. The sun came from the forsaken land of the gods that Roselle the Great couldn't find after much effort? Mr. Fool can connect to that place? No, perhaps he awakened from there. Catlia thought in shock and solemnity. She had been belittling tarot because of the low sequences of the moon, justice, and Sunday. She believed that Mr. Fool had only recently awakened, so the members he could rope in were obviously not of a high enough level. Now, she had no choice but to readjust her thoughts. It involves the forsaken land of the gods, the Church of the Storm, the Church of Earth Mother, and the Rouen aristocracy. Perhaps it's because of the Moses ascetic order or Her Majesty that these members can rise to high positions without being suspected. As for me, is it because of the Moses ascetic order or Her Majesty? Catlia seriously analyzed Mr. Fool's goal. At that moment, the transaction was nearing its end. The moon, sun, and justice had finalized their respective deals. As Catlia was still observing, she was cautious and didn't speak blindly to expose herself. The hanging man Alger had originally wanted to purchase the Sequence 5 Ocean Songster Potion formula ahead of time in preparation for the future, but the addition of the Hermit made him especially wary. He gave up on this plan at the last moment and planned on advancing to a Windblessed. When he was stronger, he would have more leeway. Magician's Furs didn't know what to buy in advance because it wouldn't be long before she obtained the astrologer potion formula and certain ingredients from her teacher. All she could do was watch from the sidelines. She actually had the urge to buy a mystical item to make up for the fact that her trickmaster powers were relatively flashy and not powerful enough. As for her apprentice powers, she was only good at passing through walls and opening doors. However, reality limited her desires. Today, her savings exceeded £400. For the middle class, it was quite good, but she clearly remembered that Miss Justice had spent a total of £5,500 on a mystical item. Even if it's a rather ordinary mystical item, the negative effects aren't that great. It should be at least £1,000 or £2,000. Magician's Furs sat there lazily, unable to ask for it. Klein controlled the world to survey the area and said in a deep voice, "That's right. I need the eyes of a six-winged gargoyle." Among the supplementary ingredients for Nimblewright Master, Sonia Island's golden spring water and dragon-patterned tree bark were common items in the mysterious world. As long as he bought them separately, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Therefore, Klein only mentioned the six-winged gargoyle's eyeball. Catlia glanced at the world and said unhurriedly, £300 or the equivalent in gold coins. £300 or the equivalent in gold coins. She had noticed that the transaction had been done using Rouen's gold coins. As expected of Admiral of Stars, who controls a pirate crew and has an ancient faction backing her. She's rich in resources, and the price is cheaper than usual. If it wasn't for Little Sun's imminent advancement and the method to remove the mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic, I would have consulted her about this. With a thought, Klein made the world chuckle. All right. With the completion of the transaction, the palace that resembled a giant's residence fell silent for more than 10 seconds. Without needing Mr. Fool's reminder, Justice, Sun, and company knew that they had entered the free exchange segment. The hanging man Alger deliberately didn't look at Hermit as he looked at Miss Justice and Miss Magicians. Something major has happened in the Rorstad archipelago recently. He didn't plan on divulging the fact that the world was deeply involved and that Mr. Fool might possess the sea god's avatar. This was because rashly seeking confirmation might ruin Mr. Fool's plans. That would put him in great danger. He only planned on mentioning the superficial details in a normal tone, focusing on the member of the Moses ascetic order, the archaeologist and adventurer Letitia. He wanted to use this to test the hermit and see if she was Admiral of Stars Katlia. This was because this pirate admiral was rumored to be a member of the Moses ascetic order. "What's the matter?" Audrey asked with great interest. The hanging man Alger calmly said, "A disguised archaeologist, Letitia, discovered an ancient elven ruin on Simeme Island." The disguised archaeologist, Letitia, discovered an ancient elven ruin on Simeme Island and took an item from it, indirectly causing the local sea god, Calvetua, to collapse. This fake god wanted to create a tsunami to inundate the island and bury everyone with him, but he was stopped by the Sea King of the Church of the Storm. In the end, Letitia was found and Calvetuus died. The threat of the tsunami was completely quelled, but what's strange is that the devout believers of the sea god would still occasionally receive a response. Letitia is dead? For an ancient elven ruin. The hermit Katlia had heard of this archaeologist who belonged to the same organization, but she wasn't familiar with him. Furthermore, the official members of the Moses ascetic order had a certain period of forbidden speech ascetic cultivation. In terms of concentration and control over their bodies, they far exceeded ordinary people. Therefore, she was only slightly moved as she listened to the hanging man's narration more seriously. She didn't show any obvious abnormalities. After the hanging man finished describing the death of Calvetuus, but the sea god still responded to his believers, Katlia frowned in puzzlement. Then, based on her spiritual intuition, she recalled a scene. Yesterday, when she was pulled here by Mr. Fool, she saw that he was holding a milky white scepter in his hand. The scepter's tip was embedded with blue gems that were surrounded by countless holy points of light. And more importantly, it emitted the aura of godhood. It emitted the aura of a nearly corporeal sea and storm. The hermit Katlia instinctively turned her head and looked at the end of the long bronze table. She looked at Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in grayish-white fog. P.S. Seeking monthly votes. Ah, genius. Remember this site's address in a second. Mobile version. Chapter 578. Why is she looking at Mr. Fool? Audrey acutely noticed that the hermit wasn't doing much, which left her rather puzzled. From her point of view, this was an unusual reaction. Mr. the Hanging Man was clearly talking about something that had nothing to do with them. He was talking about how the so-called sea god Calvetuus occasionally responded to his believers despite his apparent death. Why is Hermit looking at Mr. Fool? Calvetuus's death occasionally responds to his believers. Hermit is looking at Mr. Fool. Could it be? Audrey's eyes lit up as she subconsciously made a guess. Could it be that the person responding to his believers on behalf of Calvetuus is Mr. Fool? Hermit knows something, so? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Audrey also half-turned her body and looked in anticipation at Mr. Fool, who was leisurely sitting at the end of the long bronze table. At the same time, the hanging man, Alger, was also surprised and alarmed by the hermit's unexpected actions. I was only probing her relationship with Letitia, a member of the Moses ascetic order. Why would she suddenly look at Mr. Fool? Could it be that she knows that the current sea god is Mr. Fool's embodiment? Her reaction explains this to a large extent. Before she was pulled into the tarot, she had many secret interactions with Mr. Fool, and she was even secretly working for him, a long time ago? The more Alger thought about it, the more he paid attention to the hermit. Then, he subconsciously followed her and looked at Mr. Fool, who was in the grayish-white fog. He, the hermit, and Justice split up, but their nearly identical actions made Magician's Furs and company clearly sense that something was amiss. Why are they looking at Mr. Fool? Sea god Calvetuus's death has something to do with Mr. Fool? Furs and Emlyn White believed that they were smart enough to guess the reason as they cast their gazes at the end of the long bronze table. The son didn't know who sea god Calvetuus was, nor did he know what it meant for him to occasionally respond to his believers after his death. However, since everyone was looking at Mr. Fool, he naturally looked over as well. The world hesitated for a second, as though he was deliberating over something. He first swept his gaze at the hanging man, leaving Alger shuddering in fear. Then, he changed the direction of his gaze. At this moment, Klein had already realized how Hermit had guessed from the details that he might be responding to the believers on behalf of sea god Cavituous. He was at a loss over how to express his stance. Should I pretend to say, "This is just a trivial matter that I didn't take to heart. Since you mentioned it, I'll just admit it in passing"? Or should I say, as a deity, there's no need for me to explain everything to you. There's no need for me to admit or deny anything. Klein recalled the fool's setting and quickly made a decision. That was to neither admit nor deny it, so as to prevent himself from losing his status as a deity. However, he would point out the key points, making those who hadn't guessed it even more confused. It would make those who doubted it come to a realization, but they would still find it shrouded in fog, deeply feeling that Mr. Fool's intentions were unfathomable. With this in mind, Klein, who was leaning back, chuckled and said leisurely, "That's right." He said leisurely. Cavituous relied on Calamity Kohinum's relic to become a demigod. So they're seeking Mr. Fool's advice on matters related to the sea god. However, this still doesn't convince me. I have a nagging feeling that there's a deeper truth hidden in this. Could it be? No way? Magician's Furs frowned slightly as she made all sorts of connections. Indeed, Catlia believed that this was Mr. Fool's direct response and had also informed him of some secrets. Is that demigod-level scepter a characteristic of Cavituous, or is it Calamity Kohinum's relic? Or does it have both definitions at the same time? Who's Calamity Kohinum? The name sounds very elvish. The hanging man mentioned that Letitia discovered an ancient elvish ruin. The residence of a high elf? How did Mr. Fool obtain that scepter? By relying on the hanging man or someone else? No, it doesn't seem like the hanging man otherwise. He wouldn't have taken the initiative to mention this matter. What's Mr. Fool plotting by responding to his believers on behalf of the sea god? Is this a part of his recovery, a part that truly affects reality? The more Catlia thought about it, the more she felt that Mr. Fool's level of profoundness was unfathomable. Just like his figure that was obscured by the thick gray fog, the clearer his figure was, the more confused, alarmed, and fearful she became. This might be a game between deities. Catlia sighed inwardly and said with emotion, "My guess wasn't wrong." The hanging man Alger had finally confirmed that the present sea god was the embodiment of the fool. His worries and uneasiness from before seemed to have been rewarded at that moment. On certain occasions, I can openly pray while pretending to be a believer of the sea god. I wonder to what extent Mr. Fool has recovered, and how much power can he release from the seal. Even if it's only at the demigod level, it'll be able to provide a lot of protection at sea. The hermit doesn't appear too surprised. This means that she has indeed made contact with Mr. Fool long ago and has learned of the situation ahead of time. This also means that her sequence isn't low. Perhaps she's really a powerhouse at the level of a pirate admiral. This is both good and bad news for me. The good thing is that there's an additional major faction at sea, with the support of a powerhouse. At times, we can work together tacitly and accomplish things that were previously unimaginable. The bad thing is that most of my intelligence and resource channels will be covered by her. My usefulness in the tarot will plummet. Of course, all of this is under the premise that she's really Admiral of Stars. Yes, I have to adjust the focus of my intelligence gathering and resources to lean more towards the church. This is something she can't replace me in. The hanging man Alger thought in delight and wariness. That sea god is really Mr. Fool. No. It should be said that the current sea god is the embodiment of Mr. Fool. He is beginning to interfere with the real world? That's great. If I were to travel at sea in the future, I can directly pray to sea god and receive a response? Audrey was surprised, delighted, and proud. According to what she knew, in the various churches, Those who didn't do any fixed ritualistic magic and just relied on prayers to receive a response from a deity were either priests with many years of experience or blessed who could be counted on one's fingers. As for receiving a response to every prayer, it was an extreme exception among the blessed. And I can. Mr. Fool is returning to his divine throne step by step. Replacing Sea God is one of the steps. Audrey didn't hide the changes in her emotions. With a smile, she sat up straight and beautifully. Kohainum? That's an elf's name. I think I've heard someone mention it before. Emlyn's thoughts wandered, but he didn't come up with anything. As for Cavituous's death, the sea god was still responding to his believers. He vaguely guessed that it had something to do with the hermit, Justice, and the hanging man looking at Mr. Fool, but he didn't think too much about it. What does this have to do with me? It doesn't affect me saving the Sanguine, so it's not something interesting. Anyway, if there's a problem, I can just pray to Mr. Fool, Emlyn muttered, expressing his disdain for the emotional changes in the others. Calamity? Queen of Calamity? But there's no record of her name being Kohainum. Derek tilted his head slightly to the left. This was his usual action when he was recalling things. From the looks of it, Little Son isn't sure if Kohainum is the Queen of Calamity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a reaction. Klein retracted his gaze in disappointment. He controlled the world to cough lightly, pulling everyone back from their thoughts. Following that, with the Fool's help, the world conjured an image and showed it to the left and right. Do any of you know her? This was a picture of the red-haired Elaine. Klein mainly wanted to see if Admiral of Stars Catlia and the hanging man Alger knew each other. After all, they were well-informed people at sea. Alger took a glance and was just about to say something to indicate that he didn't know who it was when he heard Hermit say in a heavy tone, "Red-haired Elaine. She has the bloodline of the Sauron family with Intis. She's a declining noble lady." Catlia paused and added, "Red-haired Elaine. She used to be a sea merchant, but it's said that she was captured by Ailment Maiden Tracy." Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's captive? I thought it would be a melodramatic story of a domineering pirate and a noble lady. However, Tracy is also considered a domineering pirate. Heh. Klein's thoughts ran wild. Magician's Furs was still immersed in the relationship between Sea God and the Fool when she suddenly snapped to her senses. She acutely sensed that the story between red-haired Elaine and Vice Admiral Ailment was promising, and there was plenty of room for imagination. But to her regret, Hermit only said a few words without saying anything else. The Hermit knows about Vice Admiral Ailment, but that doesn't mean anything. Beyonders with slightly higher sequences and knowledgeable ordinary people know who the 7 pirate admirals are. Their bounties are posted everywhere. Yes, the Hermit knows more about Intis. That's a preliminary judgment. The hanging man wasn't interested in the red-haired Elaine. All he cared about was the Hermit's true identity. After the red-haired Elaine's matter came to an end, Audrey began to consider if she should consult the Mind Dragon. Unlike before, this time, there was an additional Hermit who she didn't know well and wasn't sure if she could be trusted. This made her somewhat hesitant. After a brief moment of deliberation, she said, "I've been pursuing the traces of a Mind Dragon recently. I've been searching for traces of the Mind Dragon and went to a place where people worship dragons." She hid the exact location and the details that might be related to her identity. P.S. Seeking monthly votes, please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 579. Audrey simply mentioned the ancient ballad, but she didn't repeat the exact content, afraid that the seemingly knowledgeable Hermit would guess the exact area. She only talked about the inspiration she had, and through a psychological cue, she maintained her lucidity in the dream and began a very magical journey. Psychological cue? She knows how to make psychological cues? She should be a Sequence 7 psychiatrist. Catlia habitually made a judgment, but she immediately had a deeper question. Then why did she buy the beyonder characteristic of a psychiatrist? Repeated consumption is limited, and it's easy to lose control. Furthermore, it will obstruct the digestion of the potion to create a mystical item? But this overlaps with her own beyonder powers, so it doesn't have any value. To give it to someone? Amidst Catlia's speculation, Audrey had already described how she had come to the edge of her consciousness through a messy dream. Then, according to the materialization method she had learned from Mr. Fool, she created a staircase that led downwards, and she gradually delved deep into the realm of her subconscious that resembled an underwater iceberg. She didn't describe in detail the various subconscious points of light that she had seen, because it involved secrets that she was unwilling or ashamed to tell others. She focused on the loneliness, the long journey, the inability to find a goal, and the extremely repressive feeling of being surrounded by all kinds of monsters. She mentioned that her emotions were on the brink of collapse several times, and she barely managed to hold on thanks to her beyonder powers. Finally, she arrived at the illusory sea formed by the collective subconscious of all living beings. The memory imprints from the ancestors of mankind and the various consciousnesses of the surrounding creatures were presented in an orderly and unhurried manner from Audrey's mouth. Then, she fixed her focus on the dragon with gray, rock-like scales that flew past the sea of collective subconscious. There's actually a dragon that lives in the sea of collective subconscious? What a marvelous and magnificent journey! Although Miss Justice didn't encounter any enemies or danger, it still makes me feel like I'm hallucinating. Magician's Furs suddenly thought of a book title, Miss Justice's Dream Travels. At the end of her narration, Audrey looked around and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, what do you suggest? Do you think that the Dragon's City of Miracles, Liveseed, is also hidden in the sea of collective subconscious? If I want to continue exploring, what do I need to pay attention to? What do I need to prepare in advance?" The hanging man Alger looked at the hermit and pondered for a moment. "I don't think you should continue exploring. This is a very dangerous act. According to records, most dragons are creatures with flesh and blood, including mind dragons. To be able to survive and roam the so-called sea of collective subconscious, it means that the dragon you saw is of a sufficiently high sequence, even reaching the level of a demigod. Before you reach sequence 5, don't consider such problems." Catlia nodded. In the sea of collective subconscious, there are still many dangerous things. The accumulated evil thoughts of humans, the various desires that can corrode one's soul body, and the terrifying memories from ancient times are like the storms and waves of the real sea. They will bring you severe psychological trauma, and it might even make you unable to wake up again. Besides, that's the sea of collective subconscious of all creatures. It's not only humans. Perhaps some evil spirits, evil gods, or the consciousness of some terrifying existences are lurking there, like a huge whirlpool that can devour ship. Before you truly obtain the beyonder powers to traverse the sea of collective subconscious, don't rashly explore it. The expectant Audrey was disappointed, but she had to admit that what Mr. the Hanging Man and Ma M. Hermit said made sense and were very sincere. She silently took a deep breath and said to herself, "Audrey, I can't be willful. I'll try again when I'm a sequence 5. She didn't consider how difficult it was to become a sequence 5. At this level, she could even compete for a spot as one of the 7 admirals at sea, or make a 7 become an 8. From Audrey's point of view, with Mr. Fool and Tarot around, as long as she was careful, calm, and didn't recklessly take risks, she would be able to successfully reach this level in a year or 2. Only the door to becoming a demigod was difficult to push open. Ma M. Hermit knows a lot and is very knowledgeable. Audrey held on to her last sliver of hope as she looked at Mr. Fool at the end of the long bronze table, hoping that this deity-level existence could provide a suggestion that was different from Mr. the Hanging Man and Ma M. Hermit. "Don't look at me. I don't understand." Klein tried his best not to let his eyes flicker. His understanding of the conscious, subconscious, and collective subconscious was still stuck at the theory described by spirit medium Daly. He didn't know much more about it. In the past, after his dreams were invaded and he regained his lucidity, he had never thought of exploring the world outside his dreams. This made him unable to give Miss Justice any advice. In fact, he had a natural idea about this, but he didn't know if it would be effective without it being verified. If it were in the past, he could still give a vague hint or two if he wasn't confident. But at this moment, Katlia was watching from the side. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he made. The less he spoke, the less mistakes he would make. What an extremely pressurizing new member. The fool Klein sighed inwardly and didn't say a word. He maintained a faint smile in his eyes. If he wasn't above the gray fog and not existing in the form of a spirit body, he suspected that such a difficult act would cause the muscles around his eyes to spasm. Mr. Fool doesn't have any suggestions. Audrey retracted her gaze in a slightly depressed manner, no longer fantasizing about exploring the sea of collective subconscious as soon as possible. At this moment, the impatient Emlyn cleared his throat. I've seriously studied the history of us sanguine. He's indeed a vampire. Nurturing vampires and pulling vampires into the religion is really a tradition of the Church of Earth Mother. The hermit Katlia nodded as though she was listening attentively. At the same time, she felt that she needed to adjust a certain point of view. The moon has directly revealed his identity. Does this mean that Mr. Fool is a powerful deterrent in the outside world? That's why the members aren't afraid of leaking information? I don't think there's a need for me to completely hide my situation. Emlyn paused for a moment, turned his head to look at the sun, and raised his chin. He raised his chin and said, "Before the cataclysm, there was no city of silver, only the kingdom of silver." If it were anyone else, Sun would have definitely hurriedly explained that the citizens of the City of Silver were descendants of the Kingdom of Silver to prove that he wasn't lying. However, after glancing at Mr. Moon and sensing his smugness, Derek turned his head and looked to the side, not bothering to explain. Why should I let this arrogant vampire, who doesn't acknowledge the history of the City of Silver, believe me? He thought gloomily. From his reaction, Emlyn could tell that the City of Silver was indeed related to the Silver Kingdom. The Silver Kingdom didn't initially believe in the giant king, Ormer, but in his queen, Omabella. Omabella? Son Derek turned his head and blurted out, "That's right. There are no records of this matter in our City of Silver, nor are there any records of the giant queen being called Omabella." Emlyn immediately chuckled and spread his hands. "Therefore, it's not a problem for me to say that your City of Silver's history is missing something, right? Obviously, the history of the blood breeds that you have recorded is wrong. Going around in circles just to prove this. Should I say that you, vampire, are logical or rather vengeful?" Klein held back his amusement and didn't allow himself to size up Emlyn White. The conflict between the moon and the sun had benefited him greatly. He learned that the giant queen, the goddess of harvest, was named Omabella. Just as Sun was about to retort Mr. Moon, he heard Ma-am Hermit speak. Omabella was the second epoch's goddess of harvest, and she was also the queen of the giant king's court. Rumor has it that she perished at the end of the second epoch, but there's no way to verify it. This is because no one has seen her corpse or relics. The goddess of harvest is really named Omabella. Son Derek was taken aback. He wanted to retort, but because this matter had indeed confirmed that the City of Silver's history had many omissions, he couldn't say anything. He was momentarily aggrieved. Upon seeing this, Emlyn felt comfortable as a sense of joy rose from the depths of his heart. After another round of conversation, tarot came to an end. Klein smiled and said, "Everyone, see you next week. By your will. By your will." Audrey immediately stood up and bowed. The others weren't much slower, including Katlia. After returning to reality, Admiral of Stars Katlia looked at the shattered astral telescope on her desk and seriously recalled what had happened at the gathering. Some of the details made her believe that the Tarot Club involved a lot of things and was definitely not simple. And Mr. Fool, who was hidden deep in the gray fog, was like an existence watching the world from behind a heavy curtain of shadows. It was difficult to see or guess what he was plotting. Katlia fell silent for more than 10 seconds. She took out a pen and paper and deliberated over her word. Recently, someone has been deliberately gathering the Emperor's diary. She didn't dare to mention tarot in the letter, nor did she dare to divulge any information, afraid that she would be punished by Mr. Fool. She could only give a reminder based on the usual clues. After writing and folding it, she took out an exquisite golden harmonica that she carried with her. She placed it to her lips and blew into it. In the blink of an eye, she saw that the letter had strangely disappeared. Even though she wasn't wearing glasses, she didn't discover the messenger's arrival. Phew! Katlia exhaled softly, reached out her hand to touch her forehead, and silently said, participating in a gathering under the watch of a deity is really stressful. With the addition of Admiral of Stars as the Fool, I'm under a lot of pressure. Klein rubbed his temples above the gray fog and returned to the real world. He wanted to test the inspiration he had gained from Miss Justice's exploration of dreams. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 580. After some work, Klein opened the locked bedroom door and looked into the living room. He saw Donis lying in a reclining chair, snoring loudly. Although he had long heard the sound, Klein couldn't help but lampoon. It's already past 3 in the afternoon. Could it be that this fellow has completely let himself go after not having to monitor the radio transceiver? On second thought, he gradually revealed a smile, feeling that this was exactly what he needed. The premise for him to remain lucid in a dream was that someone had invaded his consciousness. Normally, when he was dreaming normally, he would still be in a daze. In other words, it was impossible for him to do experiments alone. After all, he didn't know how to use psychological cues. Therefore, his plan was to use external powers to enter the dreams of others. This way, he could maintain lucidity, just like a nightmare. His original plan was to go out and find a suitable partner, but now, Donna's posture was so good that he couldn't help but want to kick him. No, I should give it a try. Klein corrected his thoughts. After some consideration, he didn't use a dream charm. This was because Sequence 7 Pyromaniac's ancient name was Fire Mage, and Donna's spiritual perception wasn't low. Once he chanted the activation incantation that could stir the powers of nature, he would definitely be jolted awake. As for whether he could effectively avoid it in time, that was another problem. After some deliberation, Klein took out another item he had prepared. It was a dark and deep gem-like gelatinous object. It was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by a nightmare. It could be used in its initial stages, just like Nimblewright Master Rosego's all-black eye. However, the effects were far inferior to a mystical item. For example, this Nightmare Beyonder characteristic couldn't allow Klein to traverse the different dreams of the entire city while staying in his hotel suite. There was no way for him to forcefully drag people into a dream, but it was still very simple for him to invade someone's dream at a close distance. Klein held the black gem and emanated his spirituality. In front of him, an illusory darkness rapidly spread and filled his entire field of vision. Everything that originally existed here was enveloped, including Donna's, who was sitting in the reclining chair. There was no longer a human figure there, only a hazy oval ball of light. Klein immediately extended his spirituality and touched it. Without any warning, all kinds of scenes surged out around him and flashed quickly. Finally, they stopped on a ship that was dozens of meters long. It had a towering chimney that was spewing mist and a huge sail that was hanging down. The deck was polished so brightly that it reflected the color of gold coins under the sunlight. Donna's was standing under the main cannon with his arms folded across his chest. He was leisurely supervising the sailors and shouting from time to time, "Wipe that place again!" T. Do you want to copy the ancient Fasak dictionary? This fellow sure is impressive on the Golden Dream. Klein ignored the owner of the dream and flew to the other end of the ship. He found a secluded spot and landed on the deck, preparing to test his spiritual perception. What he wanted to test was very simple. He wanted to see if chanting the fool's honorific name in a dream was effective while he was awake. He wanted to see if he could sense someone praying. This way, if Miss Justice were to encounter danger in the sea of collective subconscious, she could use this method to seek help. After stretching his lower back muscles, Klein's expression gradually turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." As Hermes was recited, the honorific name of the fool was quickly completed. However, Klein didn't hear the layered illusory prayers. "It doesn't work?" Klein frowned in thought, analyzing if it really didn't work, or if there was a problem somewhere. The recitation in the dream doesn't actually sound out. Just relying on Hermes isn't enough. To achieve the effect of praying by chanting silently, I need to use ancient Hermes or other languages that can stir the powers of nature. This is the same state as when I was copying my anonymous account password. Klein nodded gently and carefully recited his honorific name in ancient Hermes. He wasn't afraid that any accidents would happen, but that the stirring of the powers of nature would wake blazing Donnas. As he described, he quickly completed the three-stage structure. Klein's ears were suddenly filled with layers of illusory prayers that left him irritated. At this moment, Donna's dream wavered as the golden dream quickly shattered. Klein didn't stay any longer and immediately left, returning to his bedroom before Donnas woke up. After 7 or 8 seconds, Donnas sat up in a daze and muttered to himself with lingering fear, "Why did I dream of that lunatic, German sparrow, causing trouble on the Golden Dream? This is really a terrible thing. T. I must have been too worried about such matters in the past." Inside his bedroom, Klein had already taken 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. As expected, he saw a ripple of light beside the fool's high-backed chair. Inside it was his dream. It's really effective. If I recite the fool's honorific name in ancient Hermes or Jotun, I would similarly receive a response. It's no wonder some people would suddenly die in their sleep without doing anything. Did they read some information or memorize some symbol, and accidentally reproduce it in a dream? It's really impossible to guard against the dangers of this world. Klein closed the circle of light and considered if he should inform Miss Justice of the results of the experiment in a different tone. If I don't say it on the spot and inform her after the fact, it would damage the fool's image. But Miss Justice is a curious girl. Although she has already been warned by Mr. the Hanging Man and Admiral of Stars, and she has matured a lot, there's still the possibility of her taking risks. Of course, if anything were to happen, it would be her own responsibility. It has nothing to do with me. Klein couldn't help but recall Miss Justice's admiration for the fool. He recalled her optimism and cheerfulness that made one feel happy, as well as her contributions to revitalizing the entire organization by herself in the tarot. Finally, he sighed and gave a self-deprecating laugh. I still have to give her some pointers and warnings. This is the treatment of a VIP client. After making his decision, Klein didn't hesitate any longer. He emanated his spirituality and touched the crimson star that represented Miss Justice. In a room in a huge manor in East Chester County, Audrey sat in front of the dressing table with her legs crossed, recalling the words of Mr. the Hanging Man and Ma Am Hermit. After the reminder of the 2 senior Beyonders, she suddenly understood something. It wasn't impossible that the middle and upper echelons of psychological alchemy didn't know that one could use self-hypnosis to explore dreams, the iceberg of the subconscious, and the sea of collective subconscious. The reason why they didn't tell me might be because it's too dangerous for a psychiatrist. Many people have already died during the exploration. However, They should at least warn me. Alright, from their point of view, I'm only a Sequence 8 telepathist. I don't have the ability to hypnosis, so there's no need to warn me. Audrey finally figured out a question. Just as she was about to let Susie in to calm the disappointment in her heart, a thick gray fog surged out and instantly filled her vision. In the center of the boundless grayish-white fog, a figure sat on a high-backed chair and said in a condescending manner, "That's right." He said in a condescending manner, "Don't try it rashly." Before Audrey could react to what had happened, she heard the deep and authoritative voice once again. "If you encounter danger in your dream, you can recite my name." "Recite your name?" Audrey widened her eyes, her heart filled with joy. "Yes, Mr. Fool." Seeing that Miss Justice didn't have any doubts and was even very excited, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He chuckled and said, "Use ancient Hermes." With that said, his figure faded as the gray fog vanished. Audrey was taken aback for 2 seconds as she hurriedly pursed her lips, afraid that she would lose her composure. "Mr. Fool actually specially warned me. He even allowed me to recite his name in my dream." Audrey took a few steps on the spot in excitement, believing that she was a true blessed of God. Of course, she also remembered Mr. Fool's warning. She planned on learning more from the psychology alchemists, and making an attempt only after she was sufficiently prepared. The corners of her mouth curled up bit by bit as she randomly tapped her chest a few times and silently muttered to herself, "May Mr. Fool bless me." Above the gray fog, Klein began considering another matter. The red-haired Elaine, who had a reward of £1,000, was actually related to Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. Tracy had taken over Zillings's fleet and changed the flagship to the Black Death. As for Zillings, he had previously captured a wealthy merchant named Jimmy Necker. That wealthy merchant had previously obtained some ancient documents related to death. They came from the mausoleum of the Balaam royal family. This information comes from the nightmare in Creeping Hunger. It should be of some use to Mr. Aztec. I originally planned on investigating it in passing. Klein had other expectations towards finding the red-haired Elaine. He originally only wanted to use the magic mirror, a Rhodes, to search for her, but now, he was planning on doing a search on the believers of Sea God. Previously, it's indeed beneath me to descend on a revelation for £1,000. Now that it involves a pirate admiral, it can barely make me guess at some hidden goal. Klein conjured the red-haired Elaine's picture and beckoned for the Sea God's scepter. He didn't make a broadcast revelation. This might be an unbearable burden for him. He chose Colot, Edmonton, and other high-level officials and said in a deep voice against the background of the surging waves, "Find her. Protect her. Be careful of Tracy's forces." Klein didn't explain as he split the scene, as well as the red-haired Elaine's picture, into several portions and threw them into the corresponding spots of light. P.S. Requesting monthly votes in the name of participating in the annual staff meeting and maintaining a stable update. Chapter 581. In Blue Mountain Island's forest, in the Resistance's base, Colot, who was sitting in a wheelchair, raised his bald head and looked at the sunlight that scattered through the cave entrance. His eyes were filled with unconcealable joy. He could clearly sense that ever since God's return to the land and the promulgation of the 10 Commandments, he had changed the past bloodshed and chaos. From time to time, he would give his believers guidance that was filled with wisdom and radiance. Furthermore, with his insight into all things, he actively intervened in the situation above the sea in an attempt to help the Resistance and all the Rorsted people. Although it was difficult, it still allowed them to see the light of dawn. Perhaps this is the true meaning of returning to the land. Colot recalled the revelation he had just received and guessed that the red-haired woman named Elaine was the key to stirring Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, stirring the balance of power above the sea, and stirring the balance between the various countries. And only when the situation in the world became chaotic would the Rorsted people have an opportunity. Colot took a deep breath and quickly set up a ritual. He prayed to see God and copied Elaine's picture. After doing all of this, he instinctively turned his head to the other side with a complicated expression. Living in that direction was the high priest of the Church of the Sea God. Living there were religious figures who were originally part of the upper echelons of the resistance. Although they didn't dare defy the revelation and had indeed made huge changes, there are many details where they are still immersed in the past. They are stubborn, conservative, backward, and barbaric. They refuse to embrace a more civilized church. If they continue like this, there will be a day when they will be abandoned by God. Kalat couldn't hide the smile in his heart, but he also felt a baffling sense of sorrow. After flipping through the prayers of his believers and choosing the responses he gave, Klein returned to the real world. He planned on taking the initiative to search for people and also see if there were any opportunities for true acting. As he gripped the handle with his right hand, a ridiculous but feasible idea suddenly flashed across his mind. My true goal isn't to find the red-haired Elaine, but to use this opportunity to make contact with Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy and figure out the outcome of the Tycoon, Jimmy Necker, as well as the whereabouts of the ancient documents regarding death. In other words, I only need the red-haired Elaine to lure out Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. As for whether she's real or not, it doesn't matter. I can completely transform into red-haired Elaine and get Donis to send me to Strongman Ozil. I can also collect the bounty while I wait to meet Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. What a flashy move! Klein shook his head violently and found a reason to reject the idea. Although I'm a faceless man, I still can't accept cross-dressing. Could it be that overcoming this psychological barrier is also one of the principles of acting? Besides, I don't understand the red-haired Elaine. Even if I wanted to disguise myself, I wouldn't be able to do it. All she has is skin. It's very difficult to fool people who know her well. That way, I wouldn't be able to meet Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. Yes, it might not be Tracy who's looking for the red-haired Elaine. It might be this pirate admiral's enemy. I don't know Vice Admiral Ailment's background, so I can't assess the level of danger by rashly doing so. It's better to be more stable. I'll follow my heart's will and first find the red-haired Elaine. I'll get the details from her before considering what to do next. At this moment, Klein suddenly sensed something amiss in the living room. Donna's snoring had clearly turned softer. Vice Admiral Iceberg is here? Klein twisted the doorknob and opened the bedroom door. Amidst this nearly silent action, Donis sat up and opened his eyes. He tried his best to hide the smile that flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The captain came just now. She said that Admiral of Blood's fleet has appeared at Longtail Island and is continuing south. It seems like they're about to enter the Berserk Sea. The source of this information is trustworthy. Longtail Island? The southernmost island in the Rorsted Sea? From the looks of it, Admiral of Blood had indeed planned on coming to Byam, but he was alarmed by the confrontation between Cavituous and Sea King John Cotman. He circled around it and headed straight for the Berserk Sea. His intelligence officer, Old Quinn, probably didn't send a wireless telegram to inform him of the matter. Klein felt regretful. All he could say was that his plans didn't keep up with the changes. He had originally planned on hunting Admiral of Blood as the battle where the crazy adventurer and bounty hunter, German Sparrow, would rise to fame. Killing Steel Mavady ultimately lacks the shock factor. Klein didn't say a word as he calmly looked at Donna's. Donna's felt a little uncomfortable under the gaze as he chuckled dryly. Admiral of Blood has slipped away. Your cooperation with Captain should come to an end, right? I can return to the Golden Dream now, right? You can contact me through your messenger later. Klein pondered for a moment, took out a pen and paper from his pocket, and wrote down the method to summon his messenger. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the paper flew out like a sheet of metal. Donna's sequence 9 was Hunter, so he easily caught the note with his hand. He glanced at it twice. Suddenly, a crimson flame surged out of his palm and burned the paper into ashes. Haha, even if I forget, Captain has a way to make me remember. He paused, forced a smile, and asked again, Can I return to the Golden Dream now? Klein nodded slightly. Sure. Yes. Yes. Donnez resisted the urge to wave his fists in celebration, lest he agitated the lunatic German sparrow. He smiled cautiously. I'll pay for the room for the time being and buy a ticket. As you know, Byam hasn't been peaceful recently. Captain doesn't wish for the Golden Dream to dock at a private harbor here. At least he knows how to behave. He knows to pay for the room. Klein didn't say a word as he maintained his cold posture. He put on his coat, picked up his hat, and walked out of the luxurious suite. After his figure disappeared from his sight and around the corner of the staircase, Donnez shrank back into the room, clenched his fist, and waved it twice. Awesome! That's awesome! I'm finally free. Without any delay, he put on his cap and went to the front desk of the Wind of Azure Hotel to pay for the room and inform them that he wasn't checking out. Donnez quickly arrived on the street and headed straight for a place called the Seaweed Bar. He found the air outside so fragrant and sweet that it made him feel good. After taking a few steps, he suddenly noticed a notice pasted on the wall around the corner. Blazing Donnez. Bounty of £5,500. The notice was only 2 steps away from Donnez. The familiar face formed a stark contrast with his cap. Donnez grimaced as he revealed a sorrowful smile. He hurriedly lowered the brim of his hat, almost blocking his eyes from looking straight ahead. But even so, he still felt uneasy. He found the nearest department store and bought a gray scarf. He wrapped it around his neck, covering his nose and mouth. Only then did Donnez feel a little relaxed. He sped up his pace and rushed to his destination. The Seaweed Bar was a place where local gangs gathered. It was often frequented by famous pirates. Although this place didn't have as much information and resources as the Swordfish Bar or the Amiris Leaf Bar, it had its own unique characteristics. There were many channels at the bottom. What Donnez needed to do was to buy an illegal ticket to Galagos. There was no need to provide any identification. He knew very well that be it in the past or now, his bounty posters were plastered all over the official ticket outlet. Back then, he had obtained a first-class ticket on the White Agate through a similar method. After entering the bar, Donnez didn't take off his hat and scarf. He cautiously surveyed the area and found Daniel, who was selling illegal tickets. He didn't head over directly. Instead, he retracted his gaze from the thin, tanned man in his 30s and searched for unfamiliar faces. After a round of selections, Donnez squeezed through the crowd and came to the side of a young man drinking at the bar counter. He patted him on the shoulder and suppressed his voice. He patted him on the shoulder and lowered his voice. "Help me." The young man turned his head warily and saw a sneaky fellow. The lower half of his face was tightly wrapped in a gray scarf, and the cap on his head almost covered his eyes. He didn't reveal his appearance at all. To put it simply, such attire was very suspicious. This was because this was the Rörsted Archipelago, where the lowest temperature in winter was about 10 degrees Celsius. Donnez pointed at Daniel. "See that fellow? Help me buy a ticket to Galagos tomorrow." He handed over 3 one-pound notes and chuckled. "The rest belongs to you." Although an illegal ticket was much more expensive than a regular ticket, Galagos wasn't far. £3 was more than enough. Of course, it was also because the journey was relatively short, so there was no need to buy a first-class cabin. The reason why Donnez didn't buy it himself was because he was worried that Daniel would recognize him. If that happened, things would be a little troublesome. Back when his bounty was only £3,000, pirates and adventurers of the same level or lower would consider the fact that they needed a few people to work together to finish him off. The bounty they received wasn't enough to make them forget the deterrence of Vice Admiral Iceberg and the risk of losing their lives. Therefore, they rarely took the initiative to attack him. Therefore, his safety could still be guaranteed in such a black market. but now, his bounty was £5,500. Even if a few people worked together, each of them would receive a sizable sum. And on the sea, there were many fugitives. Apart from that, many people who felt that their bounty was too low and wanted to prove themselves would definitely choose Donna's as a target with his reputation and low risk. It was precisely because of this that Donna's was afraid that Daniel would turn around and sell him out. Therefore, he decided to hire an unfamiliar face to buy it for him. The young man held the notes and looked at Donna's again. He suddenly stood up and walked towards Daniel. When he passed by some drunkards, he deliberately slowed down his footsteps and whispered a few words to them. When Donna's saw this scene, he suddenly became alert and thought of a problem. It was obvious that there was something wrong with the current him. It was very suitable for him to take on another person. Do you think Blazing's reputation is bought? Donna's planned on teaching those who planned on taking on another person a lesson after he obtained the ticket. At that moment, he noticed a familiar figure enter the door. It was the famous pirate with a bounty of £2,800, Blue Eyes Meath. And this pirate clearly knew the group of people who were planning on taking on another person. Blue Eyes Meath and a few powerful subordinates. Without any hesitation, Donna's got up and ran for the back door of the bar. He sped up as he agilely squeezed through the group of drunkards and finally escaped the bar. Then, with his rich anti-tracking skills, he completely escaped from the group of people. Donna's didn't dare stay on the streets any longer because it was already dark. The number of patrolling policemen and soldiers had increased. He went all the way back to the Wind of Azure Hotel and opened the door to his luxurious suite. He saw German Sparrow enjoying the dusk scenery by the window. Donna's heart stirred as he squeezed out a smile. "It's like this. I forgot something. Captain asked if you're interested in meeting him at Galago's?" This was a question he had previously concealed. He planned on telling the captain that German Sparrow wasn't interested, but now, he realized that if he lost this crazy adventurer, there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to leave Byam alive. P.S. There's still a little more than 2 days left for the double reward. Seeking monthly tickets, please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 582. Head to Galagos to meet Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards? Klein was taken aback for a second as he nearly frowned. This wasn't something he couldn't accept. Instead, he could take the opportunity to communicate with her and ask her about trivial details that couldn't be explained in a letter. He might even gain inspiration from this and accumulate information for his subsequent advancement and the future high-sequence potion formulas. One more friend, one more channel. Klein silently recited this sentence as he took out a heavy gold coin and divined if the trip would be dangerous in front of blazing Donna's. The shiny gold coin flew up and tumbled down, landing in Klein's palm with the numbers facing up. This meant that Klein and Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's meeting at Galagos Harbor wasn't dangerous. Klein moved his gaze up and looked at Donna's. He calmly said, "All right. I thank you on behalf of Captain for accepting the invitation." Donna's secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he smiled until the corners of his eyes curled up and his brows relaxed. Klein looked at the wall clock and said, "I'll head to the washroom first." "I'll head to the washroom first." Head to the washroom first? Does he mean that he'll be heading out later and will use his identity to help me buy a ticket? Donna's gaze subconsciously followed German Sparrow's figure as he acutely read between the lines. After confirming it with spirit pendulum divination above the gray fog, Klein washed his hands and left the washroom. He said to Donna's, "Let's head out." "Me? Me?" Danitz pointed at himself. Klein nodded as he put on his coat. "Actually, there's no need, right? You can directly find Erland and get him to help you get 2 tickets. Donna's offered his opinion with abnormal sincerity. Klein swept his gaze at him coldly without a word. He put on his top hat and opened the door. Donna's shuddered and swallowed his second suggestion, which was to buy a fake ID and use his ability to change his appearance and figure to buy 2 tickets through proper channels. He wrapped his scarf around himself again, lowered his cap, and quickly followed the German Sparrow. After nearly 20 minutes, Klein pointed diagonally ahead where the commotion was coming from. Is it here? It was none other than the seaweed bar where Donis had attempted to purchase a black boat ticket not long ago. That's right. Donis didn't expect to come back to this topic again. He was stunned for a moment. On the way, he had roughly described his experience when he was away, so he did not understand why the German Sparrow wanted to return here. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly had a guess and blurted out, "You, don't tell me you want to help me take revenge? This fellow might be crazy, but he's pretty good as a friend. It's obvious from the fact that he risked his life to enter Banksy Harbor for Erland and Company." Donis sighed wistfully from the bottom of his heart. Klein shot a glance at him and didn't say a word as he walked into the seaweed bar. "Actually, there's no need." Donis followed behind as he tried to persuade him without much strength. To him, if he wasn't afraid of blowing up the matter, he would have poured cement over those traitors and sunk them to the bottom of the sea. That would be perfect. The bar was bustling with noise as it reverberated with music that had local characteristics, giving off a hallucinatory feeling. Danitz surveyed the area seriously, searching for the people who were trying to backstab him, as well as the famous pirate, Blue Eyes Meath and Company. "That's Daniel." Donis casually introduced the black market merchant. "Unfortunately, this place is too chaotic. I wonder if those fellows are still around," he thought regretfully. Klein looked over as he stroked creeping hunger on his left palm with his right hand. He turned his head and looked at Donis. With his usual expression, he said, "Take off your scarf." His tone sounded like he was instructing Donis to buy a beer. Donis was stunned, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. Klein grinned and said, "Take off your scarf. Don't make me repeat myself a third time." "Why?" Donis' words were stopped by the cold and crazy gaze. He took off his scarf in a daze and puzzlement. For some baffling reason, he felt that the people around him were sizing him up, recognizing him as the pirate with a bounty of 5,500 pounds, blazing Donis. Klein maintained his maniacal smile as he continued instructing, "Take off your hat. Take off your hat. Go buy a ticket." At that instant, Donis felt as though he had been struck by lightning as he nearly jumped up. "If I do that, I'll be recognized." Under German Sparrow's gaze, his voice became softer and softer. At this point, he already understood what German Sparrow was up to. "He wants to use me, who's worth 5,500 pounds, as bait to lure out those greedy pirates or the powerhouses behind the gangs. T. Why did I think that he's a good friend? No, why did I think that he's my friend? That son of a bitch." Donis kept roaring inwardly as he constantly cursed. He had no way of resisting, because he knew how crazy German Sparrow was. This was a madman who even wanted to hunt a pirate admiral. Donis revealed a twisted smile as he shook his head slightly, took off his hat, and slowly walked towards Daniel. Around him, gazes swept past him and paused for 2 seconds before they suddenly retracted. The drunkards retreated like a receding tide, opening up a wide path as though an ocean had been parted. Upon seeing their reactions, Donis was alarmed and worried, but he found the scene surprisingly good. Was this the prestige of a great pirate? Was this the feeling of being looked up to and being the center of attention? "Damn it, I heard someone say my name. Someone is whispering Raging Flame." Donis knew that he had been recognized. Trembling with fear, he moved forward while lowering his hands, ready to fight. "Donis? Blazing Donis?" In the crowd, Blue Eyes Meath blurted out in shock. His subordinate looked into the distance and said excitedly, "Boss, it's really Blazing Donis. 5,500 pounds. Are we going to do it?" Meath narrowed his blue eyes, raised his left arm, and slapped the back of his subordinate's head. "You stupid donkey! If Blazing Donas was an idiot like you, he would have died countless times over. If he dares to appear like this, he definitely isn't afraid of being attacked. Is there an expert hiding behind him? Meath suddenly panicked and looked around. He suspected that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards had secretly come to the City of Generosity, Byam. Through the gaps between the people, he saw a young gentleman standing by the entrance. He wore a black double-breasted coat and a half-top hat. He had black hair and brown eyes. His face was thin and angular. Without needing words, Meath's spiritual perception told him that this was an extremely terrifying existence. His high spiritual perception had once brought him many problems, but it had also allowed him to successfully escape from even more danger. "Let's go." He suppressed his voice and instructed. Then, with the help of the customers, he escaped from the bar's back door just like Donna's. Danitz walked in front of Daniel with his heart palpitating, and he bought 2 tickets to Galagos from the man, who had a look of shock and horror on his face. Even when he retraced his steps and walked out of the bar under German Sparrow's gaze, he didn't see anyone launch a sudden attack. Weren't there many fugitives among the pirates? Sure enough, it's difficult to make a trap that's made on the spur of the moment. Abnormality usually means that something is wrong. Of course, you can also use abnormality to scare the enemy. Unfortunately, Klein pressed down on his hat and followed Donna's. At that moment, Donna's was pacing around the gas lamp. When he saw German Sparrow come out, he forced a smile. "Can I wear a scarf and hat now? Haha, those cowards." "Sure." Klein didn't stop and quickened his pace towards the other end of the street. Donna's pupils shrank. He hurriedly caught up and asked, "Why did you suddenly run away?" Klein didn't turn his head as he calmly said, "Do you want to stay here and wait for the mandated Punisher's invitation?" As he spoke, he took out the paper man, threw it out, and burned it to ashes. Only then did Donnas realize that although those cowards didn't dare attack him, they definitely had the courage to report him. If they succeeded, they still had a chance of receiving a portion of the bounty. After running into a secluded alley, he saw German Sparrow stop. Only then did he have the time to wrap his scarf and put on his hat. "Where are we going now?" Donnas asked after catching his breath. Klein glanced at him. "To find Erland." The corners of Donna's mouth twitched. He wished he could throw a fireball at him. "To buy a ticket to Tyrrhenius Island," Klein added as he passed through the alley. Tyrrhenius Island was the first island south of the Rorstad archipelago. Yes, there's also a ship to Galagos there. Everyone's attention is now on the liner from Byam to Galagos. No one would expect us to circle around Tyrrhenius Harbor. Donnas followed in realization. On Tuesday morning, Klein personally helped Donnas disguise himself, turning him into a mixed-race man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Although he couldn't use his faceless powers, it was at least 10 times better than Donna's previous disguise. They successfully boarded the ship and prepared to head south to Tyrrhenius Harbor, which would take about 10 hours. Whoosh! The liner left the harbor and sailed into the sea. Under the warm sunlight, thin clouds, blue sky, and a rather chilly breeze, the hybrid ship sailed quietly on the gentle waves, sailing steadily into the afternoon. At that moment, Klein was in the cabin, pondering over a content in the Book of Secret. Donnas was pacing back and forth, thinking about how to brag to his companions. Suddenly, their vision darkened at the same time, as if a cloud had drifted over and blocked the sun. Klein subconsciously looked out and saw a huge, pitch-black sailboat in the distance. It was nearly 100 meters long, with sails hanging high, and there were cannons on its side. It hadn't come close, and it was sailing in a different direction, but it still made the surrounding area seem to have a black Sunday. Danitz revealed a complicated look of admiration and fear, yearning and disgust. He hissed and muttered as though he was sleep-talking. He hissed and muttered, "Black Emperor PS. Double the last day. Seeking monthly tickets. Genius 1 second to remember website address. Mobile version. Chapter 583. When he saw the gigantic black sailboat, Klein's first reaction was fear and wariness. He suspected that the demigod, king of the five seas Nast, was here for him. However, he immediately rejected this guess. This was because apart from using the Black Emperor card in the spirit world, he had almost never let the card of blasphemy appear in the real world ever since he set out to sea. There were only 2 or 3 times when it was summoned and quickly entered the spirit world. With the Grey Fog's screening abilities and the card of blasphemy's anti-divination and anti-prophecy characteristics, it's impossible for King of the Five Seas Nast to lock onto me. Klein calmed down, got up, and walked to the window. Together with Donna's, he looked at the Black Emperor that defied common sense. The gigantic ship slowly approached in the large shadows. The scene on the deck gradually became clear. The sailors were either cleaning the deck or bragging while leaning against the side of the ship. They didn't draw their weapons, nor did they show any signs of plundering. Near the cabin, there was a mottled stone chair that was 2 to 3 meters tall. Sitting on it was a giant-like man. Before he could clearly see King of the Five Seas Nast's appearance, Donnas couldn't help but lower his head. His body stiffened as he trembled, wishing to prostrate himself. Klein also felt the indescribable might and awe. He didn't force himself or continue looking straight at King of the Five Seas Nast. This would likely attract his attention and bring him unnecessary trouble. As a person with many secrets, he still had to lower his head. Klein retracted his gaze and admired the carpet on the deck. After an unknown period of time, he saw sunlight shine in again as the shadows vanished. He looked up, but the gigantic, pitch-black sailboat was no longer in his line of sight. The wind was gentle and the waves were calm. Why did he suddenly come here? Wasn't it said that he was still in the fog sea? Donnas frowned slightly as he muttered to himself in puzzlement. That Black Emperor can sail in the spirit world, so it's normal for him to come from the fog sea in a few days. This might be one of the reasons why Nast is the leader of the 4 kings. Klein mumbled inwardly. He believed that King of the Five Seas Nast had been attracted by the Dark Emperor card, but there was a high chance that he could only determine a vague range. Klein withdrew his gaze and sat down again as if nothing had happened. The straight-line distance from Byam to Delinus wasn't long, but it was safe enough. The ship didn't enter the port until dusk. Then, Klein changed his appearance and used his fake identity to buy 2 tickets for the earliest time. He set off again before the sky turned dark and arrived at Galagos in the early morning light. Donnas didn't enter the city. Instead, he took Klein to a private harbor and boarded a crude fishing boat, heading out to sea. Nearly 2 hours later, Klein saw a clean and tidy sailboat that was dozens of meters long, reflecting the sunlight with a golden hue. Compared to other ships of the same kind, it appeared extremely special. There was a main cannon along the central axis, and the symbols and patterns on the cannon barrel were layered as they swirled with a weak but pure light. That's a purification cannon. It can only be used 10 times. After that, 6 priests of light need to hold a ritual to pray to the deities to replenish its spirituality, Donnas introduced smugly. A charm that can be magnified multiple times? After a certain period of time, there will likely be a spontaneous loss of spirituality. The faction behind Vice Admiral Iceberg is the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun? Or can it nurture a priest of light? Klein didn't show it on his face, but he was having doubts inwardly. When he first saw the golden dream in Donna's dream, he didn't express any surprise at the main cannon. After all, things like dreams didn't need to conform to common sense. Perhaps Donnas had seen ironclad warships before and had left a deep impression on the main cannon, so it was reflected in his dream. Klein never expected that the Golden Dream would really have such a high level of mysticism knowledge. It was something that ordinary factions couldn't handle. Soon, the Golden Dream lowered a dinghy and quickly approached the fishing boat. Donnas opened his fingers before clenching them tightly. he suddenly jumped down and landed firmly on the dinghy without causing any turbulence. He whistled and high-fived the pirate who was steering the boat. He found the feeling of traversing the ocean. However, his excitement didn't last long. His back suddenly sank as a person appeared. "I forgot about this madman." Donnaz wiped away his smile and sat down. Klein observed the pirates, pressed down on his hat, and calmly sat down without a word. Before long, he reached the deck of the Golden Dream and saw Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards standing silently by the side of the ship. This pirate admiral looked almost the same as the last time he met her in his dream. Her hair and makeup hadn't changed, but she had changed her dress into a pair of dark-colored trousers. Paired with leather boots, she looked more valiant and beautiful. This time, she looks more like a pirate and not a teacher. Klein nodded slightly and smiled politely. "Good morning, am Captain." "Good morning, Mr. Gehrman," Edwina replied with a smile. She turned around and walked to a spot where the fishing nets were dried. She gestured for the other pirates to stay away as she busied herself with her own matters. Fishing nets? As expected of a pirate crew that's more like a treasure hunter. Is this prepared to improve their meals? Klein followed in silence, not saying a word. Dannitz, on the other hand, automatically went to find his closest companions to drink and brag. Of course, he didn't let down his guard. From time to time, he would glance over, afraid that his captain and German Sparrow would fight. He was prepared to call for his companions to gang up on them at any moment. This time, Klein didn't wait for Edwina to take the initiative to explain the reason for her invitation. After 2 seconds of silence, he asked, "What do you know about Tracy?" He planned on asking what he wanted to know before listening to Edwina's intentions. He didn't want to be embarrassed to ask again if he couldn't agree and chose to reject her. "Tracy." Edwina's eyes flickered slightly. "She's a demoness, a sequence 5 demoness of affliction." "Demoness?" Klein nearly burst out in laughter. He felt that he was fated with demonesses. First, it was witch Trissy, followed by demoness of pleasure Madame Sharon. Then, it was Trissy Cheek, who had become pleasure, and a high-ranking demoness whose voice he only heard. Now, there was demoness of affliction Tracy. Edwina didn't notice the stirrings in his heart as she continued, "She's different from the typical demoness. She has her own ideals and pursuit. She's considered an oddity in the demoness sect, but she will still work for the organization, be it human trafficking or other matters." Different from the typical demoness? Does she give up on her self-awareness and choose to give women pleasure? Klein suddenly thought of the red-haired Elaine. However, he didn't dare to be certain. This was because not all demonesses were male to female. There were also real women who wanted to become assassins. After asking for more details, Klein pondered for a moment. "We met Nast and his Black Emperor on the road. In the past month, matters related to you, Senor Tracy, and Nast have appeared in these waters. This is very abnormal. 4 of the 4 kings and 7 generals had been involved with the Rorstad Sea in a short period of time. This didn't even include the newly promoted Tarot member, Admiral of Stars Catlia. From a probabilistic point of view, it was indeed very abnormal. Of course, Klein had some guesses. He planned on seeing if Vice Admiral Iceberg could give him a refreshing idea. Edwina listened in silence. She pulled over a corner of the fishing net and held it in front of her. She took out a fountain pen, a brass holy dagger, and a small metal bottle from her pocket and the inner compartment of her belt. She placed them horizontally on the open fishing net. They landed there firmly without moving. It didn't seem like they would have any interactions. At this moment, Edwina bent down and picked up a rock that was pressing down on the net, allowing it to fall vertically into the center of the layer that had been opened up. The fishing net immediately caved in, causing the surroundings to shrink. The pens, holy daggers, and vials rolled toward the center and gathered together with the stones. "That's about it." An unknown existence has appeared at the corresponding spot of this web of destiny, leading us here, Edwina explained simply. This is like an actual model of the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics. Klein nodded in thought. With regards to this, he was both enlightened and puzzled. The former was because Edwina's explanation was nearly identical to his theory, while the latter was because it couldn't be used to analyze every problem. King of the Five Seas Nast's appearance is due to me. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy can barely be explained since I've interacted with Tracy Cheek after all. I can't find a reason for Vice Admiral Iceberg and Admiral of Blood. Perhaps this is purely a coincidence? And the latter was triggered by the former. Klein retracted his gaze and asked about other things. Then, he said, "Ma, am Captain, why did you invite me here?" Edwina gave him a deep look and said, "Your identification shows that you come from Bakeland. Your identification shows that you come from Backland, and according to my understanding, this identity isn't authentic enough. There isn't a very powerful bounty hunter named Gehrman Sparrow there. The faction backing him is very powerful. Furthermore, he has a rather powerful network in Bakeland. He managed to find out that there's a problem with my identity so quickly." Klein didn't panic as he calmly smiled. "Everyone has some secrets." Edwina fell silent for a few seconds and didn't press him further. "Instead," she said, "not long before Cavituous died, you made a sacrifice to it." Klein turned his head slightly and swept his gaze across Donna's, who was drinking beer. Cough, cough, cough. Donna's felt guilty and alarmed as he spat on himself. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina without admitting or denying it. Edwina continued with an unperturbed expression. "After Cavituous's death, the sea god is still responding to his believers. P.S. I originally said that I would be able to steadily update until I get home, but I ended up having a stomach flu and a slight fever today. All I can do is fill in the blanks. I'll take half a day off tomorrow, and I can only write the chapter at night. Sigh, with a blank page, I can write it more easily. Also, I'm begging for monthly votes when I'm sick. There's more than one day left. Genius. Remember this site's address in a second. Mobile version. Chapter 584. A Lord of the Mysteries applies for another half-day leave. Currently in the middle of typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 585. What is she suspecting? Klein looked straight into Edwina's eyes without shifting his gaze away or dodging it. After knowing that Donna's had revealed to Vice Admiral Iceberg that he had sacrificed himself to Cavituous before its death, Klein had made the corresponding preparations. If he wasn't standing on the shipboard but sitting on the sofa, he definitely would have crossed his right leg and leaned back, calmly giving an answer. A smile appeared on his face as he raised his left palm and introduced it in a relaxed tone. My glove is called Creeping Hunger. Klein believed that Donna's, who had witnessed his battle, had definitely informed his captain of the exact details. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, who was on par with Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings, to guess that he had obtained Creeping Hunger. In that case, taking the initiative to reveal it clearly gave him a psychological advantage over being exposed by her. And there were two reasons for his sudden mention of this matter. First, it was to vaguely tell her that there was an organization backing me, an organization that could kill Vice Admiral Hurricane and orchestrate Cavituous's death, as well as respond to its believers in its stead. Second, it was to warn Edwina not to attempt to investigate or delve deeper into the matter. Otherwise, the instant death of Vice Admiral Hurricane would be a perfect example. At such a moment, Klein still took into account the German Sparrow's persona. He didn't directly threaten her, nor did he deny it. Instead, he simply replied with a calm but crazy tone. Edwina Edwards nodded slightly and suddenly changed the topic. I plan on providing some aid to the resistance in the Rorstad archipelago, mainly food and cloth. Aid? Is the faction backing her hostile to Rouen, or is she just trying to disgust the Church of the Storm? Klein wiped away his smile and calmly replied, "This has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me. I won't leave anything behind," he silently added in his heart. Edwina turned her head and raised her arm to point at blazing Donnas, who was drinking and secretly looking in their direction. "I will entrust him with full authority, including contacting the resistance, confirming the time, and arranging for a private harbor. I hope you can provide some protection." Pfft! Donnas spat out a golden waterfall from his mouth. "Ha ha, pu bang bang bang." The two pirates sitting next to him laughed so hard that they bent over and punched the deck, spitting out the beer they had just drunk. One of them had a very dark complexion, as if he was covered with a layer of iron. The other had a rather thick waist. Although he wasn't fat overall, he didn't have any lines to speak of. Edwina retracted her gaze and unhurriedly added before Klein could say a word, "That's right. You're an adventurer. I don't think you'll reject a job with a good price." "That's a great excuse for me." Klein smiled and replied, "Of course." He didn't ask how much the payment was, and Edwina seemed to have forgotten to mention it. The intellectual and beautiful pirate general was silent for a while. "Senor sent word that he's willing to pay £5,000 to buy the key that belonged to the giant." This was the so-called Death's Key, the gigantic black iron key that nearly caused Donnas to lose his life in Byam. Klein suspected that it didn't only originate from the dark Second Epoch, but it also had something to do with the giant king's court. "In other words, he's asking me if I want to make a bid?" Klein was first taken aback before he came to a realization. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly, £5,000? I don't even know if that key can be used or if it really involves the giant king's court. If it doesn't work, can I return it? Besides, this matter doesn't have any prior information. Even if I divine it above the gray fog, I won't be able to obtain any effective revelations. Yes, a simple inference is that if it doesn't involve the giant king's court and involves some other treasure I don't even know about, then I won't be able to use it even if I buy it. The only benefit is that I'll foil Admiral of Blood's plans, harming others without benefiting myself. If it involves the giant king's court, even if Admiral of Blood buys it, there's a high chance that he won't be able to find the location because it's in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Besides, my plan is to hunt him. When the time comes, I can obtain the key without spending money. It's equivalent to him buying it for me and keeping it for a period of time. Although this idea is very idealistic, it's not impossible. Klein pondered for a few seconds. It might hide a huge secret. He deliberately mentioned it to make Vice Admiral Iceberg unwilling to sell the gigantic black iron key to Admiral of Blood Senior. This was to prevent the latter from rapidly strengthening himself after obtaining the treasure and stepping into the demigod realm. That would bring about quite a disaster. Edwina listened silently and didn't continue the topic. She turned her body halfway and pointed at the cabin's entrance. "Breakfast has been prepared for you." "Thank you." Klein took off his hat and bowed. As he followed Vice Admiral Iceberg to the cabin, he quickly ruminated over the conversation he had just had, searching for the true reason behind Edwina's invitation. From the problem of German Sparrow's identity, to the mystical item suspected to be creeping hunger, to the sacrifice to Cavituous, and the sea god that should have perished is still responding to his believers, when all of this is strung together, it's indeed easy to connect it to the fact that there's a secret organization behind me with an unknown goal. And the faction that Vice Admiral Iceberg belongs to is very wary and very interested in this matter. Therefore, they got her to test me face to face to see if there's anything to be gained? They're still rather friendly at the moment. Providing aid to the resistance is a form of expression. They seem to be more inclined to cooperate with the organization behind me to a certain extent. Of course, the unknown is always terrifying. Without sufficient understanding and confidence, the chances of Vice Admiral Iceberg and company taking action are very, very low. Heh, if they were to know that the secret organization behind me has only been established for slightly more than half a year. Including the world and Miss Zio, who I've established contact with but have yet to recruit, there aren't more than 10 members. Would they lose control of themselves from anger? As his thoughts raced, Klein entered the cabin and followed the dim passageway, passing through wooden doors. He followed Edwina up the stairs and arrived at the brighter second level. Before entering the pirates' dining hall, they passed by a half-open room. Klein casually glanced inside and discovered that the gigantic black iron key was casually placed on a wooden table. This is the proof of our previous treasure hunt. Some of them are just mementos, while others have yet to reveal their value. They require further research. Edwina appeared cold, but her explanation was very detailed. It was as though she was afraid that Klein wouldn't understand what was going on. And when she mentioned the word research, her light blue eyes that resembled clear spring water clearly lit up a little. Proof of our previous treasure hunts? Klein couldn't help but size up the room. At this moment, Edwina pushed the door open further and walked in. She casually introduced, "I'm here." She casually introduced, "This is a gold coin from the 4th epoch's Solomon Empire." Klein turned his gaze over and saw a coin placed in a photo frame. It was dark gold in color, as though it was formed from 2 semicircles of different sizes. It was extremely asymmetrical, and its surface was engraved with a pointed crown. It was very similar to the crown on King of the 5 Seas Nast's head. Edwina was like an owner who enjoyed flaunting her collection as she introduced the items in the room. This made Klein think of an acquaintance, Eye of Wisdom, Detective Eichinger Stanton. When it comes to flaunting their collection, they're very similar. Do all people with rich collections have such a fetish? Wait, Mr. Stanton went to Lemberg to study abroad for 4 years. Vice Admiral Iceberg's description also mentions Edwina Edwards from Lemberg. Lemberg's capital is the headquarters of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Mr. Stanton also admitted that he converted to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom while studying abroad. Could the faction behind Vice Admiral Iceberg be them? Klein listened in thought until Edwina stopped in front of the gigantic iron-black key. Just like what he saw in his dream, the key was about the size of a 7-stringed zither. An ordinary human would need to hug it to move it. It was dull and ancient in appearance. The patterns on its surface are similar to the style of the City of Silver. It has obvious characteristics of giants. Klein nodded and was just about to retract his gaze when he heard Edwina say, "You can study it." "Let me study it?" "You probably don't know how many potential problems I've triggered in the past. If you let me study it freely, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the golden dream later." Klein lampooned himself as he reached out his right hand towards the black iron key that belonged to a giant. He only felt that it was cold to the touch. No matter how much spirituality he injected into it, it was useless. "Unfortunately, I can't directly bring it above the gray fog to study it." Klein retracted his right hand and shook his head indiscernibly. He moved his gaze and saw a book made of goatskin on the same table. The dark brown cover had a line of ancient Fasak words on it, Gurozel's Travels. This came from a sunken ship at the bottom of the sea. It has been soaked for 165 years without any damage, Edwina introduced. It records a story. A giant named Gurozel decided to head to the Nation of Frost to hunt the King of the North, a powerful frost dragon. Along the way, he encountered companions. There were female elves, devout ascetics, nobles from the Solomon Empire, and soldiers from Rouen. The story progressed to the point where they encountered the King of the North, but it suddenly stopped. It's not that there aren't any, but the last few pages are difficult to open despite all means. You can give it a try. It's not a journal, but a book? That's rather strange. To place characters from different epochs and eras together, it should be a product of modern times. Klein flipped through the book, letting the yellowish-brown pages slide past. The content wasn't much different from what Edwina had described, but the plot appeared abrupt and disjointed. It made Klein suspect if he had missed out on a segment. For example, the protagonists would instantly turn from strangers to familiarity after their encounter. Soon, he reached the last few pages and realized that they were indeed stuck together. He couldn't pry them apart no matter what. This effect can likely be dealt with above the gray fog. I wonder what accidents will happen. Klein turned his head to look at Vice Admiral Iceberg. Edwina fell silent for a moment before saying, "If you want it, I can sell it to you. If you want, I can sell it to you. I've studied it for many years, but I haven't found anything. However, I have a condition." "What condition?" Klein returned with a question. Edwina pursed her lips and said, "If you discover anything from your research, you must tell me the results so that I won't have any more questions. As long as you agree to this condition, I can sell it to you very cheaply." Klein suddenly felt interested. "How much?" £8,000, Edwina said calmly. Klein pretended to ponder as he nodded indifferently. "I'll consider it." Consider how to pretend that nothing happened, he thought silently. Chapter 586. Vice Admiral Iceberg. Edwina didn't have any change in expression because of German Sparrow's request to consider it. She calmly nodded. "There's no rush. She seems to think that I'm unable to make the decision alone for such a huge transaction. I have to seek the secret organization backing me. Is this something I can't decide on? This is a problem of not having money." Klein lampooned himself, closed Grosel's travels, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you know who the author is? What was the outcome of the person who once owned this book?" Edwina walked in front of him and extended her right hand. She stroked the cover with her finger. "Due to the fog of history, the sinking of the ship, and the loss of the corresponding information, the previous owner can no longer be verified. Similarly, there's no way to determine who the author is. There's no signature on it. We used some mystic arts to do some research and discovered that the goatskin was made at least 3,000 years ago, before the cataclysm. This is also the reason why I believe it's worth at least £8,000. A book from 3,000 years ago. Apart from dragons and elves, there are also human ascetics, nobles of the Solomon Empire, and Rouen soldiers. These are all concepts that only appeared in later eras. A magical book that hides a prophecy? Or did someone specially use ancient goatskin to make it? But what's the point of that? Is it just a prank? Klein deliberately curled the corners of his mouth, without revealing a smile. The giant's name is Roselle. Could the author be Roselle? No. The name Roselle originates from the dismantling of Jotun. It changed a second time when ancient Fasak evolved into Intis, giving it a different meaning. Edwina explained the etymology of the name Roselle in detail. Klein was taken aback, as he felt like he was back in school. He nodded slightly and said in an unperturbed tone, "If this is an ancient work, I'm very curious why a frost dragon is called the King of the North. What sequence does it correspond to?" Edwina raised her gaze from Roselle's travels and looked at Klein. Before the first blasphemy slate appeared, there was no concept of pathways and sequences. Furthermore, many creatures wouldn't follow such arrangements. In that epoch, chaos and madness were the main themes. Some dragons might gather many Beyonder characteristics related to frost, just like a demoness frost, a zombie's frost, or a weather warlock's frost. This way, it will possess extremely powerful strength and a rather high level. Of course, such a gathering will definitely bring about death and loss of control. This means that if it didn't die, it would definitely lose control and become a monster. However, the dragon itself is a monster. If there are many similar products among dragons, giants, and elves, then it's understandable why the second epoch is called the Dark Epoch. Klein pondered for a moment and muttered to himself, but also as though he was asking a question. This results in a waste of beyonder characteristics. Edwina looked at him for a few seconds. Emperor Roselle once said, "That's right. Everything that separates must gather, and everything that gathers must separate." The Emperor said it before? I understand the first sentence. It's another way of expressing the law of beyonder characteristic convergence. What does the second mean? When convergence reaches a certain level, there will be a tendency of separation and rejection. When they don't belong to a single pathway and are gathered together in a very chaotic manner, there will be a separation effect. The more chaotic it is, the more they reject each other? The Emperor probably wouldn't have said such words to anyone. It definitely wouldn't be in the sayings that are circulating outside. I guessed from Roselle's use of dreams and Madame Lieutenant General's surname that she's a descendant of one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, Edwards. The possibility is extremely high. After the Emperor perished, their family fled to Lemberg and gradually converted to the God of knowledge and wisdom? What a good teacher! She answers every question. Klein didn't speak further as he admired the other items in Vice Admiral Iceberg's collection. At the same time, he had an idea. It was to ask Little Sun through the world at the tarot gathering to see if he knew anything about Roselle's travels. Of course, to prevent the hanging man from figuring out that there was something amiss with the world and thus detect the fool's abnormality, he decided to communicate alone and block out others. After a brief tour, Edwina led Klein out of the collection room and into the captain's room in the pirate cafeteria. The more special food here is yogurt. You can add strawberries and other jams, or you can directly add honey. Edwina pointed at the row of food outside the door and said, "There are a few types of dried fish that aren't bad either. They come from the deep sea and have yet to be named." As she spoke, she gestured for Klein to take it and bring it back to the room. She then stood up and set an example. Klein took a portion of yogurt made by an unknown person and added a few spoonfuls of honey into it. Then, he picked up a plate and placed pork sausages, butter bagels, and other food into it. During this process, he saw a young man dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and a flowery bow tie. He looked more like a clerk than a pirate as he approached Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina and whispered to her. The man looked pretty good. His hair was slightly blonde, and the roots of his hair were rather black. They were neatly combed to the sides. His eyes were a very light lake green color. His nose bridge was high, and his lips were rather thin. He had a trustworthy bearing. Don't be fooled by this guy's appearance. He's a wolfish can. It's filled with a foul stench. Donnas had entered the pirate cafeteria at some point in time. He came to Klein's side and whispered in contempt. Klein turned his head to glance at him without saying a word. This was because he knew that Donnas would take the initiative to explain. Without waiting for Donnas to speak, the man with a fat waist beside him said with a slightly shrill voice, "He's the third mate, Jodson. In the past, he was a playboy come pirate. He said that he wanted to steal our captain's heart, but he ended up getting beaten up. He was left behind to be educated. T. In short, he's not a good guy." Donnas emphasized. "Not a good guy." Another pirate with iron-black skin echoed. "Why do I have the feeling that all of you are the same?" Klein thought and said, "Flowery bow tie Jodson with a bounty of 5,200 pounds? Sequence 6? It's indeed a standard German sparrow reaction." Donnas looked over and said with a hint of lingering fear in his disdain, "He's not too strong. He's just very strange. When I fought him, I suddenly couldn't use fireballs, and he could mimic my fire powers." A very familiar description. Klein subconsciously looked at Jodson and carefully recalled where he had heard it before. This was very similar to a sealed artifact behind Tingen City's Cheney's Gate, Blood Vessel Thief. Klein couldn't recall the Blood Vessel Thief's seal number, but he clearly remembered that it could temporarily steal the beyonder powers of others for its own use. Corresponding pathway? Klein retracted his gaze and realized that Donis and his two companions were drinking as they looked over in concern. Recalling how Danitz had divulged the matter of him sacrificing Kelvetua, Klein took a glass of beer, carried his plate, and walked to the captain's dining room. "You all like her, right?" Behind Klein, the sound of alcohol spewing out sounded almost at the same time. From the corner of his eye, he saw Donis jump 2 steps back. He first looked over in horror before turning his head in a relaxed manner to size up his companions. They had unknowingly distanced themselves from each other. The look in their eyes turned rather complicated, as though they had been deceived. Klein didn't stop as he returned to the captain's dining room and enjoyed the delicacies of the morning. After a while, Edwina returned with a plate of food. She drank a mouthful of milk and paused for 2 seconds. "Donis showed me your messenger summoning ritual. It mentioned that a gold coin is needed as a material. I'm a little puzzled. Is this referring to the gold coin of Rouen, Intis, Fasak, or something else? Their weight is different, and the gold content is different as well." Klein thought for a moment. "The gold coin of Rouen. That's also the most valuable gold coin. Anyway, I don't have to pay for it," Klein added inwardly. Edwina nodded. "You have to pay when you receive a reply? Different spirit world creatures have different preferences," Klein tersely acknowledged. He knew that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina was a researcher of spirit world creatures, so he believed that she could understand what he meant. Moreover, he didn't lie. He only hid the fact that the owner of the messenger could pay for it. "Yes. I once tried to find a messenger, but all I could do was figure out the incantation myself. Not only was it dangerous, but it was also very difficult to obtain a satisfactory one. Finally, I gave up. That's one of the reasons. The other reason is that the simulated power of the dead can't be used to sign the contract. Your incantation gave me a lot of inspiration." Klein ate his breakfast in silence. He didn't explain anything to the other party because this knowledge came from Mr. Aztec's teachings. Without his permission, he wouldn't spread it. After a delicious but quiet breakfast, the Golden Dream approached the private harbor and dropped off Klein and Donis. Donis looked back at the shining golden ship and suddenly sighed. "I feel like my friendship has sunk into the ocean." Klein pressed his hat and said calmly, "Losers can form an alliance." Donis wasn't sure if he should be happy or sad. After changing his identity and forging identification to buy a ticket back to Byam and successfully boarding the ship, Klein finally had his personal space. He entered the washroom and went above the gray fog. He browsed through the prayers of the sea god believers. This time, the first thing he saw was the bald resistance member, Kalat. "Almighty God, we discovered red-haired Elaine's whereabouts. She's hiding in the Intis consulate." This was confirmed by a laundry maid and a gardener. Chapter 587. City of Generosity, Byam, inside the Intis consulate. Elaine sat in front of a dressing table, looking at her beautiful but slightly haggard reflection in the mirror. She fell into a daze for a few minutes. The period of her escape from the Black Death was filled with anticipation and torment. She was afraid that she would be discovered by pirates or adventurers, resulting in her being captured by Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. She would then completely lose her freedom and never be able to return to her hometown to return to her original life. Only when she used her family's remaining connections to hide in her country's consulate and obtain a ticket to leave the sea did she relax a little. However, this still wasn't enough to make her feel at ease. She believed that everything would only end when she truly reached the northern continent. With this in mind, Elaine couldn't help but raise her right hand and caress her cheeks, which weren't too fair but were sufficiently healthy. She discovered that the smoothness of her cheeks was much better than when she was a sea merchant. She had the illusion that she had returned to her teenage years. In fact, after entering the Intis consulate, she had another option other than escaping the sea. It was to cooperate with the Church of the Storm, Rouen military, and some of the consulate's spies. She could use herself as bait to capture Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. However, after thinking for a long time, she finally gave up on this plan. She even requested her family's elder, who was a military officer in the consulate, not to tell others that she was hiding here. Regardless, she ultimately didn't cause me any actual harm. Instead, she accommodated me and satisfied me in many areas. Apart from every night. Teach that's just on the surface. As she recalled, Elaine's face suddenly flushed red. Those intoxicating nights, the heat of their limbs intertwining, and the unimaginable pleasure flashed past her mind. She found it difficult to calm down for a short period of time. Elaine slowly took a deep breath and exhaled. She shook her head, allowing her yearning for freedom, her longing for her hometown, and her family to occupy her heart once again. She looked at her reflection in the mirror again, and coiled up her drooping red hair. Then, she applied thick makeup, straightened her eyebrows, and enhanced the shadows, making her look more chiseled and with deep lines. After a round of makeup, Elaine had become more androgynous and looked more heroic. She took off her clothes and wrapped a strip of cloth around her chest, then put on a white shirt, a black vest, men's trousers, and a double-breasted frock coat. Finally, she took off her silk top hat and put it on her head, covering her red hair. At this time, in the mirror, she looked more like a handsome young man than a woman, especially her pair of emerald green eyes, which seemed to be especially suitable for this kind of appearance, had a kind of enchanting depth. Helene waited patiently for a while until someone knocked on the door. She picked up her luggage, opened the door, and followed the family elder's friend all the way to the side door of the consulate's garden. A carriage was already waiting there to take her to the port, where she would board a liner to Pritz Harbor in the Kingdom of Rouen, from where she would take a detour back to Intis. Elaine had extraordinary anti-tracking skills, and she carefully examined her surroundings, including the carriage driver. A local native, thin and strong, doesn't like to wear hats, and his facial features haven't changed from when she first saw him. He looks a little nervous, which is normal. After confirming it, Elaine thanked the family elder's friend, picked up her luggage, and boarded the carriage. As the carriage rolled, she pursed her lips and looked out the window, only to see the sycamore trees of Intis quickly passing by. This gave her the illusion that she had returned to Trier. It was a metropolis filled with sunlight, located in the area between the Rhine River and the Srenzo River. The scenery was beautiful, there were many varieties of roses, and the humanities and arts were flourishing. It was a holy land for artists, musicians, and artists. It was the capital of Intis, the first true metropolis of the world after Roselle the Great rebuilt it. It was also Elaine's hometown, the place where she grew up, the city she often saw in her dreams and shed tears over. After an unknown period of time, Elaine suddenly felt that something was amiss. This was because the surrounding streets were becoming more deserted and remote. As a former sea merchant, although she had been active in the Fog Sea for a long time and wasn't familiar with Biam in the Sonia Sea, her Sequence 9 hunter gave her enough vigilance. "Is this the right route?" Elaine moved and cautiously asked the carriage driver. She was prepared to jump out of the carriage at any moment, ready to condense a fireball. The carriage driver didn't turn back as he looked at the road ahead and smiled obsequiously. "Honorable lady, this route is closer, and it's less likely to encounter traffic jams. As you know, Biam was built many years ago. Back then, there weren't so many people or carriages. Many of the streets are very narrow, and it's very easy to get jammed around noon and evening. It's faster to walk than to take a carriage." "Is that so?" Elaine thought for a moment and believed this explanation. This was because she had encountered similar situations in many cities. Trier is still the best. When Roselle the Great renovated the old city, he had the foresight to expand the road. Even to this day, it's still sufficient. Just as this thought flashed through Elaine's mind, she suddenly heard the horse pulling the carriage neigh, as though it was in pain. "Wait a moment. It seems to have stepped on something." The carriage driver stopped the carriage by the side and jumped off. Elaine didn't think much of it, but from the corner of her eyes, she saw that it was a quiet alley with no one around. Her heartstrings tightened, and without any hesitation, she wanted to smash through the carriage and roll out. Regardless of whether this was an overreaction, she believed that she had to do so. At this moment, a strong sense of fear suddenly surged deep in her heart, as though she had been targeted by an extremely hungry monster. The pressure from her spirituality made her hesitate, not daring to rashly take action. Soon after, she heard a deep voice. "I won't hurt you. I'll ask you some questions." Thoughts raced through Elaine's mind as she quickly weighed the various options available to her. In the end, she didn't flee blindly. Under the immense and terrifying pressure, she sat back in her seat. She planned on adjusting her plan of action bit by bit according to the situation. The carriage door opened, and the thin and muscular native carriage driver walked out and sat opposite Elaine. He was none other than Faceless Klein. In order to act as a carriage driver, he had specially practiced how to control horses and carriages. This was a skill that he hadn't truly learned back in Tingen City's Nighthawks team. Due to the lack of time, he didn't have enough control, so he could only use the aura of creeping hunger to successfully make the horses obedient. At the same time, Donis, who was hiding nearby, ran over, sat in the carriage driver's seat, and drove the carriage. His round-brimmed felt hat was pressed low, and he was dressed like a real carriage driver. Elaine warily bent her back slightly, ready to pounce like a cheetah at any moment. She felt the man's gaze slowly sweep across her forehead, eyebrows, eyes, nose, mouth, neck, chest, waist, and legs. It made her feel extremely uncomfortable. She had seen similar gazes and sizing her up in Intis, in Trier, and back when she was out at sea. It was a hooligan, a disgusting fellow filled with lust. But this time, she strangely didn't feel insulted, nor did she think that he wanted to tear off her clothes and was fantasizing about some abnormal scene. Instead, it's more like he's studying food. It's like there's a cold and slippery snake slithering across my skin. Elaine finally couldn't take it any longer. She took the initiative to ask, "What do you want to ask?" Klein, who had completely grasped the other party's physical characteristics, leaned forward, his arms naturally resting on his thighs, and his palms clasped together in a half-solid manner. "Have you heard of a person named Jimmy Necker?" Elaine recalled for a few seconds and firmly shook her head in denial. She frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Did you find the wrong person?" "He is a wealthy businessman who likes to collect things. Have you heard of such a person from Tracy?" Klein asked again. "Tracy." Helene sighed inwardly as she replied seriously, "That's right. No, she has never mentioned a wealthy businessman who likes to collect." Klein looked into the red-haired girl's eyes and said unhurriedly, "Then, does her room have ancient documents from the southern continent's Balam Empire?" "No, she's not a person who likes to read these materials. She hates reading books. She even needs me to read to her." Elaine revealed a bitter smile. "What is she looking at?" Klein asked without changing his tone. "Roselle's classics and the current popular love stories," Elaine answered honestly. Klein nodded. "Does she have a collection room?" "Yes, but apart from her and a few mysterious visitors, no one else can enter, including me," Elaine said as she recalled. Klein fell silent for a few seconds as he maintained his posture. "Tell me your story." "My story?" Elaine pointed at herself in surprise. Klein nodded slightly and didn't repeat himself. Elaine was stunned for a moment. "My story is very simple. My father was a member of the Sauron family, the former royal family of Intis. He received quite a bit of wealth, but he was addicted to alcohol, mistresses, marijuana, and gambling. Eventually, he went bankrupt. In order to repay the debt, I chose to accept some of the family's conditions and became a beyonder. I then went out to sea to become a sea merchant. P.S. I've finally recovered today and can be considered to have recovered. As there aren't any drafts, the number of words in this chapter is a little short, and it hasn't been edited yet. I'll have to fill in the drafts in the next 2 days. Chapter 588. As she spoke, Elaine's eyes turned up slightly as though she was immersed in her memories. In the beginning, I sold the steel and coal from Mid-Seashire's west coast to Fainapotter. Then, I brought the tobacco, coffee, cocoa, and other specialties back to Intas. This was a coastal sea route. It was relatively safe, but the competition was intense. In order to escape my predicament, I worked hard to raise my sequence while saving up my capital, hoping to do colonial trade. Unfortunately, just as I familiarized myself with the sea route and made a killing, I encountered Tracy, who was still Ailment Maiden and not Vice Admiral Ailment, on my second trip to West Balham. Back then, she only had one ship, but she was very strong. My partner and I tried our best to resist her, but we were unable to salvage the situation. She doesn't have the habit of killing indiscriminately. She only stole the goods, as well as me, as expected of an oddity among demonesses. Klein quietly listened and used his clown's powers to suppress his embarrassment as he asked expressionlessly, "Why are you here?" He asked without expression, "How far have you progressed?" "No." Elaine instinctively denied. "She was the one who forced me. I didn't want to die. I could only choose to endure it. Besides, she's a woman." "Ma'am, there's no need to react so intensely. If I were to ask if the two of you had a relationship beyond friendship, wouldn't you jump off here? It's only because I'm kind-hearted that I didn't be so direct in consideration of your shame. Sigh, under the crazy German sparrow mask, I'm a gentleman. This is my truest self." Klein's expression didn't change as he asked, "What kind of cuisine do you prefer? Do you have any special favorites? Is it sweet, salty, or in the middle? What food do you hate? What things are you allergic to? Do you have a palate? If so, what is it?" These questions made Elaine feel like she was in a dream. It wasn't realistic enough. She never expected him to ask such a question. It was like a suitor asking about his crush's preferences. No suitor would ask such a question. All of this had been indirectly brought out during their conversations, or they had inquired about it through other channels. No woman would like to be questioned in such a manner. This is more like a survey invented by Roselle the Great. What does he want to do? He asked these questions without any expression on his face. "I'm scared." Elaine was silent for a few seconds. Under Klein's unwavering gaze, she answered each of his questions. Klein maintained his forward-sitting posture and continued asking, "What's the matter? How do you usually sit? Do you have any habitual movements?" The more Elaine answered, the more panicked she became. She had a strange feeling that she would disappear because of this. When the puzzling and frightening questionnaire was completed, her heart became heavy, and she always suspected that she would have a bad ending. Should I risk it and jump off the carriage when he's not paying attention? Elaine seriously considered this possibility. However, the other party showed no signs of making a move, which made her unable to make up her mind. She believed that there was hope for a peaceful solution. After grasping Elaine's personality, habits, and hobbies, Klein returned the topic to Vice Admiral Ailment. "What do you know about Tracy?" Elaine fell silent. Her mouth quivered a few times, but she failed to speak. After the carriage traveled for a while, she finally smiled bitterly. "She has excellent combat skills, and she's good at stealth and curses. She can turn invisible and become light. She has grasped the mirror and wand substitution spell. She has grasped black flames and frost. She can make enemies within a certain range suddenly fall sick, including colds, pneumonia, gastroenteritis, etc. The longer one fights her, the more serious the illness they suffer. Some Beyonders even die from a heart attack. She can create invisible threads to control her enemies. She has a deep understanding of the human body, and can very easily cause pleasure through contact. That kind of pleasure. She has active bewitching powers. Many pirates even give up resisting in order to approach her. She's usually rather friendly, but she's very cruel to her enemies. She likes to destroy the beautiful things that others want to protect, making them suffer in extreme mental pain. Elaine didn't elaborate on how Tracy destroyed the beautiful things of others. There were many cruel stories and hilarious incidents. This ailment maiden had once caused her enemy's father and son to kill each other. She had also instigated an enemy's wife to betray him, allowing him to witness the scene. She's indeed a demoness. A sequence 5 demoness of affliction, that's one level higher than joy. Klein had a general grasp of Tracy's combat style. He calmly asked again, "Does she have a mystical item?" "Yes, a bracelet embedded with diamonds. As long as she wears it, it's very difficult for Tracy to be harmed." Elaine hesitated before revealing Vice Admiral Ailment's secret. Klein asked a few more questions in detail as he straightened his body. "Is Tracy helping the demoness sect in human trafficking?" This was a question that had been on his mind ever since he heard it from Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. The demoness sect was cooperating with Zangwill, and they were connected to the royal family. They were also involved in an underground ruin of unknown location. Tracy was helping them in human trafficking. Baran, who had been identified by the Hanging Man as the mastermind of many slave disappearances and the disappearance of the southern continent's primitive tribes, had appeared in the upper levels of the underground ruin. The Beyonder guards around Bakelin's biggest human trafficker, Capim, belonged to the Arbiter Pathway, and this is in the hands of the Ruan royal family, the Fainapata royal family, and the two countries' militaries. These matters that Klein knew formed a line, but he had no idea what it would reveal. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy was a breakthrough point. "What demoness sect?" Elaine asked in puzzlement. "There's no need for you to know," Klein replied calmly. "If you knew what a demoness was, and suspected that the extremely charming Vice Admiral Ailment who gave you pleasure was once a dirty and barbaric man, I'm afraid you would lose control on the spot. There's no need to thank me. I'm a good person," Klein lampooned inwardly. Elaine suppressed her puzzlement and recalled. She did help transport a few ships of slaves in the past year. The other party to the transaction is crazy Captain Connors Victor. It's said that he has deep cooperation with many human traffickers and slave merchants in Rouen. Crazy Captain Connors Victor. Klein memorized this nickname and name. He nodded, and his voice was no longer as low as before. Instead, he asked rather gently, "Have you been involved in such matters? Have you been a part-time pirate?" This very polite and amiable tone made the driving Donis shiver for some baffling reason. He felt that a similar German sparrow was more terrifying than a cold and expressionless person. "No." Elaine shook her head. "I have the blood of the Sauron family in me. I won't embarrass my family. Besides, Tracy always says that she won't let me be tainted by blood or see the darkness. She'll be the one to face all of this. She must have read too many romance novels." Klein took out a gold coin and flipped it between his fingers as though it was dancing. He didn't avoid Elaine and did a divination in front of her to confirm if she was lying. The answer was that she was rather honest. This is also because I didn't ask her about her emotional entanglements with Tracy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so honest. Klein sighed inwardly as he put away the gold coin. At this moment, the carriage had circled to the harbor, but it was no longer where the ship Elaine had booked was. Klein looked at the scenery outside the window, took out a small metal bottle, and handed it to Elaine. "Use the liquid inside to remove the makeup on your face." "Why?" Elaine subconsciously asked. "That's not a question you should be asking," Klein said expressionlessly as he leaned forward again. Elaine felt aggrieved and angry, but she didn't wish to intensify the conflict with him at this critical moment. All she could do was unscrew the bottle cap and take a whiff to see if it was poisonous. "Use it directly?" she asked. Klein gave a simple terse grunt. Elaine took out a white handkerchief and poured the liquid inside the metal bottle onto it. Then, she wiped her face and quickly removed her disguise. The neutral beauty disappeared, and the lines of her face softened. Elaine's original appearance appeared in Klein's eyes. After taking a careful look, Klein calmly said, "Take off your hat and let down your hair. Take off your hat and let down your hair." Elaine suddenly frowned. She had a nagging feeling that there would be an order she couldn't accept, such as taking off her clothes. She took a deep breath, took off her top hat, and let down her coiled red hair. She immediately looked very gentle and beautiful. Klein straightened his body, leaned back against the wall, and instructed in his usual tone, "Don't worry." He instructed in a normal tone, "You can redo your disguise." Is he a lunatic? After all this trouble, he's back to the beginning? Elaine was furious, but she didn't dare to say anything. Worried that he would make a bad request, she hurriedly opened her suitcase, took out a mirror, and looked at herself. "It's so clean." She was stunned for a moment before she quickly put on makeup and tied up her hair. When the carriage stopped, she had already transformed back into a handsome young man. Klein nodded indiscernibly, turned his head to look out the window, and slowly said, "One last question." "What?" Elaine asked nervously. Klein looked up a little, and his facial muscles twitched. Elaine was stunned for a moment before her face flushed red. It wasn't a blush of embarrassment, but the kind of blush that came from wanting to punch the other party's chin. Klein didn't avoid her gaze. He calmly added, "Don't worry." Klein did not avoid his gaze. He calmly added, "This is an academic question." Seeing that there was no lust in his eyes, Elaine took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and answered his question. Klein breathed a sigh of relief, and took out a ticket and a stack of paper. "New identification, tickets to Port Tiana. When we get there, we'll buy one in Pritz Harbor." Elaine looked at him warily, took the ticket and information, and carefully got out of the carriage with her suitcase. She saw the ship she was going to board. Klein followed behind her and watched her leave. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that Donis was having a hard time holding back his laughter. Please remember the domain name of this book. Jiutian Shenhuang Mobile Version.